Master Tereza Rodshtein. My name is Martin Petr. We will be your guides through the first round. The games should start any moment in Prague, but as you can see, we are at our homes, but we have a live transmission. So we will go through the games of youth talents, and I hope it will be an interesting day full of chess. So, Teresa, what do you think?
Hello, thank you for inviting me and thank you for joining us. I'm looking forward to the start of the first round, but it would be good to mention that the event itself actually didn't start today. It started already a week ago on 16th of August, and we've had here some Blitz European Championships, rapid teams, solving competition. So it's been a busy week in Prague already. And what was interesting for me to see is that some players are here already from the 16th and took part in all the events. Some just took part actually in the rapid and blitz section, and of course, some came only now for the classical section. And I'm very interested to see how the players that did well on the in the rapid and blitz will now be able to switch and do today actually, because it's quite hard to change the tempo, and it will be interesting to see whether they'll manage to keep the good form and continue, because we've had here several players who succeeded both in rapid and blitz and are also favorites in the classical section. So it will be very interesting whether they're able to um, fulfill their hopes that they definitely have after the first portion of good results. Yeah, back in the days, it was just classical. I think you've also played some European championships. So back then, it was just the classical portion. But as things get shorter and rapid and blitz becomes more popular, it's now both blitz and rapid. So what do you think about that?
Actually, I never played European Youth Chess Championship. I
Fair
was
enough.
not that good when I was young. Anyway, there was a record uh, uh, during the Rapid and Blitz Championship because more than 600 young players took part there during the first half. And that's a record among all European Youth Chess Championships so far. The reason is simple because we joined these two events together as the Czech Chess Federation. So there was the rapid blitz and also solving competition, team competition, and then there is this classical standard half of the whole festival. So the reason is that many of the players they came to the rapid and blitz and they stayed for the standard half. And I should mention that there are more than 1,200 players, like 1,200 players taking part in the European Championship, which is amazing. And kudos to organizers because to accommodate all these players and families and coaches and all of this, to accommodate them, feed them, and prepare playing halls, it's an enormous task. We did the same in 2016. There was also a championship in Prague, but yeah, it was. I think it was a different era. Now it's only 8 years, but it's completely different now. Anyway, the games should start. They started. Okay. So we should see the moves. Okay, we see the moves. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So, what do you think, Teresa? Should we start with some chess, or do you want to talk talk more?
We will talk some more and we can start to talk
Okay,
about
we can
chess.
talk about young talents because uh, as uh, as the Czech players. We are both from the Czech Republic, and the championship is in the Czech Republic. We have some hope for the medals, and one of them is Václav Fek, who is playing the category under 14, and we can also see his game on the camera. He already has one medal, right, Tereza? You did
Yes,
the preparation.
he did finish second in the blitz section, and actually the third seed, Dozer, he also got a medal in the blitz event. Otherwise, the top seeded didn't get any medals in the rapid section, but they succeeded in the blitz section. So we will see now as this switch to the classical. But let's mention actually that. This was a bit surprising for me because I am used to the classical time control where you get this extra half an hour after 40 moves, and this is actually a bit shorter period, so it's just 1 hour 30 minutes for the 40 moves, and then you don't get any extra time. So maybe the fact that they did have some faster time control before, it will help them now also making these quicker decisions after the 40th move. Um, so we will see about that.
Yeah, that's true. We are waiting for the one big time pressure that is coming approximately 6 p.m. So it will
Never
be lovely
ending.
with chess, but not that long because there is no time control. So after 6 p.m., there will be a very messy time pressure for all of the players, I think. Okay, anyway, we must mention that Václav and all the players who play on the first board are massive favorites during the first round, and even Vasek is white, so it's even better for him. But of course, it's never easy during European Championship. Many players they are underrated, and yeah, he needs to pay full attention to the first round. Maybe I can start talking about chess because I know that this is the favorite opening of Vasek. It's Catalan with the G3, of course, to put the bishop on G2. And yeah, I think all of you know this opening. The bishop is coming to G2, where it will be very strong. Black reacted with B6, trying to make an opposition for the bishop. And of course, this is a theory, and it continues for many moves. White has many options here, like b3 or even queen somewhere. I've seen almost all the moves: queen c2, queen b3, queen a4, almost anything. I think b3 is the main line here, but yeah, white has many options. Uh, okay. Well, there are more than 1,200 players, and it means there are more than 600 chess games, and we are not able to cover them all, of course. But as I understand, Tereza, we will try to pick some interesting fights, interesting moments, and to show them to our viewers. Uh, so it's also up to you and also up to our viewers. If you have any interesting moment you want to share, please write us into the chat on YouTube during the breaks. We will try to read that, and then after the break we will react somehow. Okay, I'm in a good form. B3 is on the board. What do you know about that, Tereza?
Well, I myself play something completely different, and I would not. Um, I'm not in position to judge any theoretical knowledge that I don't play myself because, um yeah,
Yeah, I think the problem for White in this position is that his opponent should be very well prepared, and he probably is. because Vasek plays this opening usually. And I think the preparation for white was much difficult because I guess his opponent, he doesn't have so many games in the database. And but this is normal theory. But as you can see from the time on the clock, Vasek already spent something like 3 minutes on the move b3, so it may suggest that it was a slight surprise, this bishop a6 move. Of course, we are deep in the theory, but
Okay.
it's a standard game, so I think this pace, some moves are slower. It's completely normal.
Well,
After b3 and check bishop d2, usually black goes back with the bishop, and for many of you, it may seem stupid to move the bishop to b4 and then return back. Why black? Why is black doing that? The reason is that the bishop on d2 is badly placed. White usually goes with the bishop to b2 and put a knight on d2. So this bishop b4 check, somehow it disrupted white piece coordination. And now white needs to decide whether he puts the bishop on f4 or g5, where it can be attacked, or he can put it to c3, but it's not such a good square as b2. So that was the reason why black gave the check on b4 and then why he went back. Of course, white still has some advantage in this position, and it's a long theory. Black can play c6 and d5 with the pawns. Of course, he can return with bishop b7 as he did. But somehow you can see that black made many moves with the bishops, and white doesn't need to be afraid of this line, of course. But it's a normal position for both sides. White has a slight edge. And it's going to be a long game, I think, because it's a positional game, closed opening. And I must say that this kind of positions, uh, they they suit Vasek, Václav Fek very well. He is very good in this kind of positions. So I think the result of the opening is good for Vasek so far. I don't see any problem. And he castled. Now I expect black to castle, then knight c3, of course, developing the knight to c3, and then it's a normal game. So what do you think, Tereza? What's next? Tell me.
I would take a look at some of the girls games.
Okay, girls
I'm
section.
very
And how
curious.
about you? Did you play European Championship when you were young?
I did play European Championships under 18 in Italy.
Mhm.
I think it was 2007, and I did. It was a good tournament. It was not something, not a bad result, not an amazing result. I think I finished around in the second 10th. How is that? Somewhere around 16th place, something like that. So I have good memories. We've had there. I've played some tough opponents that I still meet today sometimes at the board. So this is nice when you can see that the chess players actually stayed with the chess and you can meet them somewhere else. And I did enjoy it. I did enjoy all of these events where you go with more people and the you support each others, and maybe if you're not doing too great, somebody else is, so you can be happy for their results. And I think those events are a great motivation for further work. Also, prior to the event, you're preparing, you're working harder, and after the event, it still has this effect that they're like, okay, I want to go there again and I want to work again. And yeah, to get back to chess, I would like to take a look in the under 16. There is Shvedova Alexandra. It's a player from Italy who actually played in the under 18 section in the both rapid and blitz, and she did very well in the rapid event, she took second place, while in the blitz event, she actually won the under 18th category. So she is the top seed, I think, for the under 16th category. And she's playing against Pura Novoa, a player that I'm not familiar with. And they're playing some Sicilian, so this should be.
Okay. I will try to find this concrete game in the big number of, of games. But okay, I can manage. I can manage. I can manage. I will do anything for you, Teresa. And this is the game. We should see the game, I hope. But it's a normal Sicilian. Okay, your girl is a big favorite here, I think. Rating 2200 and her opponent 1800. But she's playing black, right?
She's playing black, and obviously she wants to win. And I think actually this is not very easy to play with white because black has a very clear plan. They wanna put some d5, b5, something. If they succeed, something like that, they can also play um, uh, knight d7, knight c5, put some pressure on the e4 pawn, and it's not that simple for white because if you or they can play knight c6, knight b4, and d5, and if black does thing in good, like if white is not careful, I always felt like the advantage is slipping away from me.
Yeah, I should mention also for our director that this is the game from girls under 16. We should have that on the camera number 4. And it's the second board. So the favorite is black because the first
I'm
board
sorry,
and
yeah,
the favorite
second
is
board.
white. Yeah, it's like this, and black is okay, but this is also a big theory. These young talents, they know the theory very well, and this queen d3 is actually a nice line. White is Black usually relaxed with knight d7. Then white is preparing knight d5 because the queen covered e4 square. Then knight d5 is possible. But I think here black usually plays knight d7 and then knight d5. Here, after knight d5, black can take. I can show that I think black can take here, or even with the knight, it's maybe even better, and then play knight b4. That's why it's not possible right now. It's possible only after knight d7. Now white can play a3 or rook fd1 or anything. So we will see. We will see how the game continues. White is thinking, so maybe she is not so well familiar
Oh,
with the position. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we have to go to a different board. We have to go for the Nicholas Borg against Axelbu Kvaloy because we can see that the game has already finished.
Really?
So we've
You have
had
one game that is
20
finished?
minutes, and
No way.
I believe it's the under 16 section.
Aha, okay, okay. Let me find that.
So this is
Let
a
me find.
very, very unpleasant start of the tournament for the black, who was the underdog, but he was definitely hoping to um, put a longer fight, and he did one blunder that cost him the
Oh,
game.
we missed that. We missed that. It should be also on the camera. It's boys under 16. It's boys under 16. There are 12 categories and more than 1,000 players. So it's a pretty big fight for us. But we had that on the camera. So we should also see that one game already finished. It's under 16 and the board number 1, which is quite funny. and we will take a look what happened there. Because you are right, Tereza, thank you. White already won.
This is it's
So it
painful
started,
to watch.
but his opponent, his rating is 2100.
Yes, exactly. It's not a beginner. It's a decent player who um, must have immediately after playing the move must have realized what he did. You know, it sometimes
Uh-huh.
happens when you just play the move and just as you're pushing the clock, you realize what you've done, but there is nothing you can do about that. And I believe that this must have been the situation because the motif that Black somehow blundered is not that hard to spot, but
Oh,
he did.
I'm sorry. It's not on the camera 4. I'm mistaken. It's camera 3, I think. Anyway, we will get used to that number of games, and we will get used to the number of cameras and so on. It doesn't really matter. Let's focus on chess, because the interesting thing is that Axel Buchwald, who is a very big talent for Norway chess. He started with d4, but after d6, there's a little bit passive line. He went for e4, and that was maybe a surprise for his opponent, because usually when people start with d4, they don't play e4 next. So
Yeah, they don't
so
go for
maybe.
the.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But Black reacted quickly. Actually, this was pretty quick for both sides. And after e5, we got completely different opening than d4. We switched to the e4 opening. It's some kind of Philidor defense. So how is it called? I don't know.
It's Philidor, yes.
Yeah, and bishop
And
c4, and
okay, bishop
these lines are
c4,
tricky.
bishop. Sorry.
Uh, these lines are tricky because Black needs to know what he is doing. Especially the move order is important here, because with these two knights on c3 and f3, it's not that dangerous. But for example, without the knight c3 move or knight f3 move, uh, there are dangers for the f7 pawn. It's also here. Knight g5 is in the air. And with Black, you need to know what to do. It's not that dangerous when you know, but when you don't know, it's pretty bad. Uh, Bishop e7, short castle, short castle, rook e1, and now the main move is c6, of course. Uh,
And the reason for the move we will see just immediately. Like,
yeah. So now, yeah, it was not. I think uh, it's not. I got a message from the director. Then on camera 3, there is this finished game. On 4, there is gross section. Uh, the reason you can see immediately, and I think the reason for Black mistake is not that, I mean, he didn't know that opening, or he didn't see the continuation. He just didn't think about it at all, because he spent 30 seconds on move rook e8. And 30 seconds is not that much, right? In a standard
it,
game. And
it
after,
feels like it feels like, you know, White did a castle, I do a castle, he did rook e1. Okay, what is rook e1 exactly threatening me? Nothing. So I do rook e8, and yeah, then you realize bishop f7 is just the
yeah,
end. There is, it's not just loss of pawn because there is a rook hanging immediately, and you cannot take that for the simple reason of knight g5 followed by knight e6, and the queen is trapped.
yeah.
So now we see why we need the c6 pawn.
Okay, can you imagine the horror of Black player from Holland, that he went to play a game on the first board of European Championship under 16, and the situation after bishop takes f7. Oh my! I
No,
can
you know, when
imagine
I
that it
each time I
was.
play somewhere that it's broadcasting, I'm pretty nervous that especially when I'm the underdog, I'm like nervous that I'm gonna caught up in the opening somewhere, and that I'm gonna finish very quickly, and everyone will see. And it's
Really?
like
You think about that? You shouldn't
my
do that,
nightmare.
Teresa.
Yes.
No, I mean, come on, it disrupts your focus.
No, okay. Usually these first rounds when you're the underdog, I feel like that's the biggest chance that an underdog have, the underdogs have in the first round, because somehow the flow hasn't been yet shown whether you're gonna do well or you're gonna do badly, and I feel like in the first round shows a lot usually how I'm gonna play. When I lose a game quickly, it puts me in a bad state, and it's very hard to recover from that. So this would be taken very harsh. Although here, okay, this is just a blunder. It has nothing to do with chess whatsoever. And
Yeah, I mean, it was a psychological pressure maybe or something like that, or he didn't think at all. He wasn't in the tournament. He wasn't focusing, and then after rook e8. And the funny thing is that it took White 1 minute to find the move. It's of course it's not that easy, but I think it would take me more. I would triple check like and enjoy the situation, and I would triple check that bishop takes f7 is good. It would take me
it's
like
a
three
question.
minutes or something.
Maybe Black's face showed him that this is it, or maybe okay, these things. It feels like the
Um,
queen really, and of course it's a player that is almost 2500, so um he's
yeah,
probably
so please don't do that. Don't do that. This rook e8 is a critical mistake. Don't do that. When I was talking about f7 square here, I was thinking about some variation like this, knight g5. And then if black castles, which is of course a theory, then white can play bishop takes f7 and knight e6 and takes. And it's actually a theory, but pretty good for black. It's good for white when you include moves a4, a5, which happens also. Then it's good for white, but now it's good for black. It's a big theory. You need to know that. But of course, white castled because it's the main move, and knight g5 is not that good. And after castle, rook e1, you just need to play c6 because by playing that, you create space for the queen. And also, in some cases, you have moves like d5, especially b5. So white usually continues by playing a4, and this is a main line of everything. And now you can actually play rook e8. It's a move. And when white goes knight g5, you just go back. And when he goes bishop takes f7, that would be stupid because the queen has perfect place, like here, queen a5. No, actually, yeah, it's actually possible to play like that. I think it's some line, but I don't remember. It's actually possible, but it's not losing for black. White can actually continue like this, but it does not really matter for this broadcast. This crazy computer stuff. You can analyze it at home. But of course, you are not going to play rook e8. c6 is the correct move here. Okay, that was nice, Teresa. It's a pity
yeah.
we
I hope
cannot
the
catch it
player
on the
I
camera,
hope
but
the players
maybe
can.
maybe it's good because it was devastating for black. So I even don't want to see his reaction after bishop takes f7. So maybe that's good that we didn't catch it on live. Yeah, black
I don't even
resigned.
want to think about uh how he must
Yeah.
have felt, but it happens to everyone. I have just been following, a closed Robin round tournament, a GM tournament, where Grandmaster very strong player, actually, usually a good theoretician, lost in 13 moves. He just also played super quickly, and suddenly I'm looking, okay, why is this game finished, and he just lost. And also very nice motif, this queen a6. Black did long castle, there was rook on b1, and he got queen a6, and if ba6, there's bishop a6, checkmate.
Yeah, I
So
saw that
those
game.
are these
Almost chess summer.
those are these motifs that you that's true, and you sort of you have to hope it doesn't happen in your games, and if you want to prevent it, you have to solve a lot of these daily puzzles, and hopefully it will avoid you. Hopefully it will
Yeah, and
avoid you in
especially it's
these,
important to
especially
focus
in
in the
these
opening
important
because
tournaments.
most of these mistakes they happen when you don't focus. So it's important to focus from the start.
Exactly.
Okay. I
And
switched
I
back
can
to.
see actually.
Okay, give me some tips. So I switched to Vashik for a moment because we will go through his game because he's our big hope for the medal. It continued like I suggested, knight c3, now d5, e takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4. The bishop goes to f4 because it can't go to b4, the b2, sorry, a6, which is a little bit strangely looking move actually, but black played it in 30 seconds. Okay, it's a surprise for me because usually I see the knight on d7 or the knight on a6 and c5 move. a6 may be playable, yeah. I don't like it actually, but okay. And now knight d7, back on track. It's true that the a6 move is aimed against knight b5, so okay. And now white is thinking. It's still a theory for black, I think, which is a slight surprise for me because I like white's position. But yeah, black is also fine. After knight e5, he can go bishop d6, and the position is normal. So maybe this a6 move is okay. Anyway, Tereza, do you have any interesting tip, or do we continue with some other game?
I was thinking, let's just check what the under 18 categories are doing, the first boards, both in women and I mean in girls and the open section, just to
Okay.
cover the eldest category. So we can start
Okay.
with the boys. In the
We have
under
girls on the
18th,
camera.
we
It
have the
should
top.
be it should be girls under 18. It should be
All right.
camera 2. We have that. So I will try to uh, find find that game. Sorry, it will take some time. You can see Finek. I see the game of where we analyzed the Italian girl, but it's a normal Sicilian and not so many moves played yet. So it's Narmin Abdinova or who?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
against Andras Stankovic.
Okay.
So here we
So the
can
viewer.
actually see the case where maybe the underdog has surprised the favorite a little bit, because we can see by the time expenditure that white actually has less time, and we can also see that black is probably quite happy with the position they got out of
Okay,
the opening.
we will get to that. The opening was normal. It was Alapin Sicilian with c3. It's not that demanding opening. I mean, black is usually okay, but also for white it's normal. So I think too big is
But
happening
okay, in
here.
the first rounds, you don't want to. play some forcing very theoretical lines, you're kind of, as the favorite, you're kind of hoping that you're going to be able to show that you understand chess a bit more. So you're just going to try to get some position that has some play and hopefully outplay your opponent.
That's true. That's true. I I do remember some lines with knight b5 here because the queen is actually pretty well placed on d6 and it's possible to attack it, but it's nothing big and castling is normal. But what I don't like here is actually the next plan of white that surprises me. And she spent like 6 minutes on the move b4, and honestly, I don't like it at all. I mean, I've never seen such a plan with an isolated pawn on d4. And of course, it can be some special computer stuff because you don't find that in classical books that I read, of course. And during the last couple of years, I see so many new plans and new stuff that I've never seen before. That's true, but not every new stuff is good. And usually, when you have isolated pawn on d4, it's black who plays a6 and b5 and bishop b7, not white, because the bishop on b2 is completely stupid. Uh, the basic plan, of course, in normal positions is that you try to attack on the king side. You just do bishop d3, a3, bishop c2, you move the bishop here, and try to attack the king. Also play rook e1, knight e5. The problem is that the Alapin Sicilian is a little bit slow. You have the bishop on e2, which is not so aggressively placed. It's not on d3 or c4. You lost some time by playing c3, d4. So there are not such aggressive plans as usual with isolated queen's pawn. So it's true that it's not easy for white to play this position. I must again mention the move knight b5. The idea is after queen d8, you go bishop f4 and you threaten at least something on c7. And when black plays knight d5, you go bishop g3. And at least you develop the piece. The knight on d5 looks good, but it can be attacked. The knight goes back to c3, and there is some tension with the knights. And this is an old classical main line. How white plays this position in these computer days, I don't know, honestly. But I guess it's not a3 b4 because it creates many weaknesses on the queen side, and I don't see any gain white has from this. Maybe the c5 square for the knight, but black can parry that pretty easily with b6. So I don't know. I don't know. For
It's like
me, it
this.
only created weaknesses on the c file. So this can be a big surprise if black continues normally playing against the isolated queen's pawn. It should be okay for black. What do you think, Tereza?
I like the position for black. It feels way easier to play. And of course, with the isolated pawn, you have an advantage in the end games. You have always something to target, and it's supposed to be white who is supposed to attack, but here it feels like maybe black can do some attack. The bishop on b7 looks very, very nice. And I don't know how white will get rid of the pawn on d4 because um, the bishop on e3 doesn't look doesn't look very happy there looking at the pawn.
Yeah, it was an interesting point you had that the first rounds are special. That maybe even for the stronger opponent, it's tricky. You are expected to win. It's a difficult position. And also, it's the first game. And for example, when you didn't play for some time, it can be hard to adjust to just thinking to play an official competition game. For example, when you have some break, it's very difficult to play the first round. So you were right that it's an ideal moment
Or
for a
here,
surprise. Yeah.
yeah, or here after this section of rapid and blitz, or if you didn't play, you may have some sort of still adjustments after the travels.
Mhm.
And yeah, I love actually, I said that I'm afraid to lose quickly when I play somebody stronger online. It's true, but on the other hand, I love playing somebody stronger in the first round because I know that I have nothing to lose. And basically, I just need to set the pieces normally, and then the opponent has is the one who should push and who should try. And it's so much easier when it's not you who everybody expects you're gonna win. And it really sets a tone how you do in that game. Maybe you lose anyway, but if you put up a good fight, you don't have to be upset, or maybe you surprise your opponent. And the same way, the favorites, if you win without any troubles, it gives you this confidence. You're like, you calm yourself down. You're like, okay, now I've started well. It's gonna be fine. And if you have trouble, it may shake you a little bit. So here, I'm sure that white is not not very happy with the outcome of the opening. On the other hand, nothing major has happened, and we will see how black approaches it. Black can also overpush, which is often a problem, and it can be the reason uh, to that will result the game.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
if we take a look at the boys under 18, if we can do that.
Okay. You were quick, too quick for me, too quick. I just wanted to say about this position one little point here that black
Mhm.
has. I would go rook fd8. It's a standard classical move, but black has an interesting option of knight g4, which I like actually. Uh, and now it's not easy for white to react. Uh, Also, I wanted to say for the spectators, for the viewers, that you see the bar of the evaluation. When the bar is more black than white, it means an advantage for black. In some cases, you go up with the bar, and it means an advantage for white. Now it's an advantage for black, and from time to time, I turn on the computer just to know what it thinks about the position. It's good to think also with your own head, but from time to time, I like to see what computer thinks, and that's how I stumbled on a very interesting line, because the computer thinks that the best move for white is to go back with the bishop, which is not a little bit, but it's a very sad move. Uh, so for a human, you would go rook ac1 with a similar outcome. And after bishop c1, there is a nice little trick. Knight takes h2, which is funny. The king side of white is under heavy pressure. The position is looking very ugly. And what is the point of all that? Taking on h2 and taking on d4? The point is to take on c3. And this could also be a miniature, but not from the stronger side, but from the weaker side. This is one sample variation how bad white position actually is. Of course, she's not going to play bishop c1, never. Okay, but okay, she may play rook ac1, but the position is a little bit sad. I mean, black has pressure, and for example, after knight e4, which looks logical, it's not a problem for black. She can play queen d5 or queen b8, which I like more, because there still the pressure on h2 remains, and the knight on e4 looks good, but it can't go anywhere, and it is attacked by the bishop from b7. So the position, when you were talking, Tereza, I was thinking about the position, and it's even worse than it looks from the first sight. I don't like it at all. And when black finds courage to play knight g4, because I think courage is only thing she needs for that, I think white's position is bad. So we may look again at this game, okay? And now what you wanted? Oh, we have
I
from our
wanted to check
director,
out
thank
the.
you, because we are not able to follow chat on YouTube due to anti-cheating measures. We have 15 minutes delay of our broadcast. I should mention that. So we are not able to answer that directly, but we want during the break to go through the comments and then maybe find some game, or we can get that from the director of our broadcast. Very nice Serbian guy, Nikola, and they ask for Dmitro Perez game and Dinara Huseinova. So they have fans. That's great. Maybe they also have interesting positions. So now I don't want I
I
don't know what to do first, Tereza.
uh, did follow those comments, but unfortunately, I haven't. I'm not sure those players are online because
Oh
I
yeah,
haven't.
that also may be true. We follow the games on Chess.com, and we need to go through all of them. But
But
kudos to
we
organizers, because there are more than 200 online games, which is a record for all European championships. I think maybe somebody will prove me wrong, but so far I think it's the record. So that's great. We have more than 200 online boards here. So that's a lot of games. And just
unfortunately.
just quick reminder: Rook FD8 and Rook AC1 followed in our game, um, and now I expect this Knight G4 move. But yeah, I think Rook FD8 was not that good. Okay, anyway, Tereza, your turn.
No, so unfortunately, the Dmitro Perez and um, Dinara Huseinova games are not online. So we will hope that these players will do well today so that they can be online tomorrow and we will follow those games. If
Are
you
you sure
again,
they are not online?
I have not found them. You have found them?
I don't know. There are so many games. I Because this Chess.com design, you need to scroll down a lot, and
I
then you
did.
will see
I
other.
did just this find search, and
And there are
it
also
didn't.
many Czech players. We have also big hope for medal of Joachim Nemec, who had the medal the previous year. So I also want to see so many games. So I just briefly check if among the first many of games there is Dmitro Perez. I will check. No. Oh yeah, there is. I found that game, Teresa.
Oh, where is that?
I scrolled down a lot.
Wow.
I don't know what board it is, but I found that game. So I will put it there. I will put it there
All
online.
right.
Here. Maybe you can find on chess results which category and which board. And thank you for the tips. I will go through that game. But it's a high board. I don't know why we didn't see that, because the rating of white is 1477. Diego Macias, probably one of the favorites of some category. You will find that, Tereza, right?
I am looking.
Yes, sadly the games are not that well organized, but we succeeded.
Yes,
So
I
white is the
found it.
favorite,
I did find it. Sorry about
and
that. I
black
don't know why my
played
search.
Caro-Kann. Black played Caro-Kann with knight f6, which is a very popular line these days. For last few years, they play it not only in online blitz games, but also in standard games. I mean, the top players, 2,700. When I was young, this line was considered to be dubious. And you can see the reason immediately, because black has the doubled pawns on f7 and f6. And where is the compensation? I mean, I was taught when I was young, when I was learning openings from white or from black side, that now white has a pawn majority on the queen side, 4 pawns against 3, and that's an advantage. And black has nothing to compensate that. No other factors in this position play any big role. So it should be an advantage to white. But we are in a modern computer era, and honestly, I don't think I have a full understanding why this position is actually good for black, why this basic rule with pawn majority doesn't apply. I have some understanding of that. The first reason is that black is going to castle king side, and this pawn structure is actually not that bad. It covers the king pretty well. The pawn can actually go forward to f5, or you can start pushing the h pawn without disrupting the defense of the king too much. So it's not actually that bad pawn structure. The second reason is that, okay, white has some pawn majority, but to use that, you need to create a passed pawn, and it will be the d pawn. And with the blockade on d6 or even on d5, it's very hard to promote that d pawn. It's more of a blockade for white pieces. And okay, I was taught that this is a pawn in the center, and white should have better control of the center. But there is no e5 square yet. The d5 is under black control. And there is the e file, which can be both white and black. So it does not really matter. So I have some understanding why black started to play this line, why it's not that bad. Computer shows slight advantage for white, but it's actually pretty easy to learn basic plans for black. And you can somehow surprise white in the opening, because I mean, the players of my level or below my level, they know some reaction to this, but the knowledge of the opening is not that deep, and it's usually better for black, who is well prepared. So that's behind this line. c3, bishop d3, I know is the main line, and now yeah, it's the latest trend of knight a6. Of course, it was a theory for black. Usually black castles, white plays knight e2 here, and now there are many options. The plan of white is to go queen c2 to win one tempo by attacking the pawn on h7, and then to move the bishop. White can also castle long. It depends what black chooses here. Usually he goes rook e8. And also the quick development for black, quick and easy development with rook e8 is also another reason why they take with the e-pawn now these days. Knight a6 is one of the lines. I don't know the theory at all here. Actually, it was not a surprise for white because he reacted quickly by playing knight e2. And now they started thinking. White played c4, which honestly I don't like that much. I try to turn on that computer, and the computer agrees with me. Suggesting short castle. Okay, also a move. Bishop d2 is also a move. C4. And now I would go bishop b4, yeah, because black usually is happy with exchanging some pieces. Anyway, he went knight e6. After some thinking, okay, interesting move. Bishop d2, a5. f4. Okay, Tereza, it's your chess. You understand it. I would never play like this. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm just puzzled by Black's last move. I got a bit further than that because, um, well, White.
You found the
What
game.
puzzles you
All right,
exactly?
you found the game, or you see my board. How is that?
No, I found the game. I found the
Okay.
game finally. I also, while you were analyzing, I did find out that also Dinara Husseinova is online. So my apologies. We will look after that on the game of Dinara Husseinova. So I only now got to back to the game, and I was checking what were the last moves. And so after f4, bishop b4, White did decide to play a long castle, which I think is something that I would definitely think about myself. I think that
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, f4 and long castle, it's your chess, so you can analyze this position.
what I didn't get is Black's response king effect. This I understand that you may be worried about doing castles, but I'm not sure whether there is not nothing on e1 yet that you would have to. I would leave
Yeah,
the option to
I
maybe
know,
have
I
the
know, I know,
castle.
but the whole style, White is playing this c3, and then he's playing c4, and then he's playing f4, and the whole style is beyond me. I mean, but according to the computer, it's good moves, and the favorite has good position. I just, I mean, maybe in a blitz game, in a pub with friends, maybe I would play like this. But I mean, this is quite funny. But it's good. White has advantage in the development. Black pieces are very passive, so it's actually quite good. But I was just surprised by the aggressivity, the big aggression of White, because I was talking about the pawn structures, and all this positional stuff, and then he goes f4 and long castle, and yeah, and play
How
like.
is White? How do you think White will proceed? Will he like? I would think about move like King b1 to put the king a little bit further, just a bit safer, and then I would think about where do I continue? Do I want to go? Um, I probably would think about how can I make g4 happen, or I would think about whether to break in the center with maybe d5 if that can work out somehow.
Mhm. Okay, first, I think King f8 is a bad move. I agree with the computer here because, I mean, don't do that. The king on e8 is, of course, badly placed, but there is no specific reason to play king f8, because by playing this move, you never castle again, which is a big drawback of king f8. So, okay, I understand that black didn't want to take the pawn on d4 because it looks very risky. Yeah, of course, white can take that and play rook e1. And I can understand that black didn't take. But yeah, instead of king f8, I would just castle here. Yeah, it's better for white, but nothing too big is happening. But after king f8, I don't believe in black's position. And actually, I like your plans, especially d5 is for For me, it would be the move I wanted to push. And I think that with such a bad development and all the stuff on the last rank, I think white should not exchange pieces. So I would suggest I move bishop e3 here.
Mhm.
And just to boil him in his own water, because I don't see any plan for black. Usually in this position, okay, they push h pawn to stop white from castling short, to make, you know, try to scare him. And of course, I've seen plans like g6 and moving the king from f8 to g7, but it's slow, and in this position g6 is not playable at all because there is f5 and no. So the king is gonna stay on f8 and no piece coordination in the near future. So I would just move bishop to e3 and then maybe a3, and then I want to push d5 somehow. But also I like your king b1. I think it's a normal move.
Well, maybe here you have to first solve the d4 pawn. So bishop e3, maybe then also bishop e4, and some d5 ideas can also be
Yeah.
a plan.
Okay, he can take here now with the king on f8, but still it's pretty good compensation for white. But yeah, no concrete mate, you know. Maybe I can play f5 here to block the bishop on c8. And definitely white has very nice compensation for the pawn.
White actually
Yeah.
did decide to put the bishop on c3, which allows black to trade at least uh, one piece. On the other hand, it's the only piece that is active. So
Yeah, bishop c3 is also a nicely looking move. It's also good. Yeah. Yeah, I think black should take that. At least to see how white is going to respond. I think queen takes, right?
I think you have
Uh,
to take with the queen because the d4 pawn is hanging and you don't want to take with the b pawn, I assume.
Yeah, then I can try queen d6, I think. This is the way how we block the d pawn to put something on d6. But yeah, black is worse, much worse here. Okay, Tereza, what do you think? Should we make a first short break and then we will go to the game we have in chat and to Vašik Finek and Joachim Imec and our hopes? What do you think?
All right, let's do that.
Okay, let's make short break, like 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes we will be back with you. Thank you for watching, and I'm looking forward to be back. Welcome back to the first round of European Youth Chess Championship 2024, which is played in Prague in the Top Congress Hotel. And we are commenting on it live with Tereza Rodshtein. My name is Martin Petr. And yeah, after our first break, we have many games we found for you during the break. At first, you suggested in chat that we should look on the game of Dinara Huseinova. I found that. And Tereza has a special comment about that.
Well, looking for the game for Dinara Huseinova, we did find out that in the under 14 category there is another player from Azerbaijan, Lana Huseinova. So let us know if it's her twin sister or maybe just 1 year younger or older sister. So do let us know. We are curious. And we will take a look at the Dinara Huseinova, who is slightly bit weaker by rating from the Husseinova likely sisters. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the Azerbaijan has two players of the same name, but both of the players are almost the same strength. So if they're sisters, it's gonna probably push them to do better. I know that from myself. It was
Yeah,
always
it's a special case
a
for
good
you, right?
motivation to see the rating of my sister. Sorry?
Yeah, it's a special case for you because you also have chess sisters.
Yes, luckily we were not in the same category because that would be more painful if if one of us did beat the other one or something like that. But it's always this extra motivation, and yes, I'm very happy that I've always managed to go to tournaments with her, or not always, but when we did go together, we enjoyed it and we always cheered for each other. So I'm sure if those are also sisters, is the same case, and I'm sure that it will push them um, to be better at chess. Anyway, let's take a look what they played. The Dinara Huseinova was here with the black pieces, and she's playing against Narane Gevorgian from Armenia, and she
We
is
are
the
happy
favorite.
about
The
all
Dinara is like the
Azerbaijani
favorite.
fans. I know that in Azerbaijan the women chess is on rise, so we are happy about all the fans from all the countries. And for me, it's good because it's French defense and it's my favorite opening. And Teresa, did you look which board is that? It's under 14, right?
Yes, I think it's 14th board, if I'm not
Mhm.
mistaken. It's under 14, rolls under 24th board. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
24th board, and her sister Lala Husseinova is on 10th board. So we do have here really many games covered online. And
Yeah,
actually, the match Azerbaijan against Armenia is also always a bit tricky because the countries are not on the best relations. So I'm sure this is some extra pressure on both players, and both will try their best. But yeah, here is very was played quite uh, aggressive opening
yeah.
that
White played very aggressive
quite aggressive
opening.
variation of French that you will for sure
Yeah,
let
yeah.
us more know about.
The main move, of course, is e5. Black usually reacts by playing c5, and only then white plays a3, forcing black to take. And of course, there is tons of theory. But white chose a slightly offbeat line, a3, sacrificing the pawn on e4. Of course, it's also very well known. Many strong players played that, especially aggressive players like Alapin and so on. Um, the idea is to play queen g4 now. Of course, it's a fork. The queen is attacking two pawns on e4 and g7, and black is basically forced to sacrifice on g7, which is pretty standard in French defense. So it's normal. Then you play rook g8, and we are in a very non-standard position. I've seen actually some recent games where white, I mean top grandmasters, tried this line, so it's also somehow trending. The position is very difficult for both sides, especially for players with a rating under 2000. It's very hard to orient somehow, to get oriented in this position, because white has two bishops. That's good for white. The number of pawns is the same, but the pawn structure is pretty non-standard. There is double pawns on c2 and c3, and also on e4 and e6. Black has problems with this bishop, how to develop the bishop from c8, which is of course a normal thing in French. And black is missing a dark squared bishop, which can be painful. For example, when the bishop goes to g5, there is no opposition for the bishop. The position is actually around equal, which may seem a little bit surprising, but no side made mistake so far. So it should be around equal, but the play is very difficult. Black has two standard plans here. I think the better one is to play knight c6 and e5, include rook g6 somewhere somehow. It also matters, of course, when you play rook g6, but it's a pretty difficult theory, and also I don't remember it, whether I should play rook g6 now or later. The queen usually returns to e3 or h4, and white is trying to develop his pieces like knight e2, knight g3. Then the bishop goes out and white castles by playing like that slowly. But when the position opens, the bishop pair can be very dangerous. So black played c5, which is the second possible plan, also completely okay. And I know that sometimes white takes, sometimes white plays knight e2. In the game we had bishop b2, and I don't like this move. And I think we are already out of book for, at least for white, maybe also for black, we will see. But I don't want to criticize both players too much, because this position is extremely complicated. And when you are on your own, everybody makes mistakes in such kind of position. But the play was quite logical, and you see knight e2, which is standard, and bishop d7, and now g3, trying to solve somehow the problem of the bishop. But knight g3 is more in the spirit of the position, but g3 is quite okay also. Bishop g2, mistake according to the computer, but for me it's a normal move. But the thing is that usually they go knight g3, because the bishop is also good covering c4. And when you put the bishop away, the c4 weakness is huge. So now white has problems with this square, big problems actually. And black play so far is very good. And I think white is under heavy pressure, because white has bishop pair currently standing on b2 and g2, and that's not so good. I think the next move should be rook g6 to avoid all kind of d5 tricks, and black is more than okay actually. I think black is borderline winning, but the position still remains very, very complicated. So it's good news for Azerbaijani fans, but still the game is on. Okay, Tereza, what do you think?
So the Azerbaijani fans will be happy about this game, and Czech fans will be happy about the game of Vasek Finek on board one in under 14, because some action has taken place there. If we can take a look.
Yeah, let's go. We left the game here, And I suggested to move knight e5, which is an old classic, like old classic book. You put the knight on e5 and then you look. But Vašík has an exceptional talent in this kind of position. It's really amazing. And he is always able to find curious solutions where to put the pieces. And in this position, he played knight h4, which is, I know, it's a standard plan. Of course, I've seen it many times, but it's not the first move that pop into your head. And I am a simple player, and I would just go knight e5 without too much thinking. But this is a deep move, and I like it very much. The knight goes to f5. And of course, well, at least I think black should play something like rook e8 and bishop f8, or maybe even bishop a3 first. Here. Very strange, difficult position. But he was not able to withstand the pressure. I mean, when you apply so much pressure on a weaker opponent, it often works, and it worked in this case. Because knight h4 is a very interesting move, and black was not able to do anything about it. And he immediately made a very instructive mistake, g6, which looks quite okay. And I need to say that Vašík spent 13 minutes on knight h4. So it was not probably a theory for him. He created that by his own head. That's even more amazing. And black thought for 16 minutes on g6, which is basically a logical move. But he overlooked wonderful blow. Bishop takes c7. It's just amazing. And the idea is that after queen takes c7, the queen is badly placed here. And we go knight takes d5 and knight takes e7 check. And then we take on b7. And that's the reason why this combination was not possible here. You, of course, can consider bishop takes c7, but now black is a piece up. But when you play knight h4, you prepare this whole trick. And that's the reason why black is forced to go either rook e8 or bishop a3. Moving the bishop away works, attacking the rook, or rook e8. Here, the same combination doesn't work because when you take on d5, I just go queen b8, covering the bishop, because the rook covered the bishop on e7. So these small little nuances, in fact, decided the outcome, because now the game is still on, but after bishop takes c7, white's position is winning. Black reacted by playing queen e8, and that's not only a pawn, but also black's position is completely desperate. This weakness can't be repaired, and without the pawn on c7, that should move to c5, that is forced to play c5 basically, and without this pawn, it's just lost. So now it's a matter of technique, and Vašík has good technique, so I think Czech fans can be happy about this game. This is a current position. Vašík is thinking. He doesn't want to underestimate anything. That's good. And many possibilities here. There is even an interesting move, knight b1, attacking the bishop, which is very annoying on a3. So this is one possibility. Bishop f3 looks good, and then the knight can jump to f4. And of course, you can also play normal move like knight f3, also okay. But yeah, we don't want to underestimate anything, because black can have some pressure along the c file, and we don't want to allow that. So that's why computer shows like knight b1 as the best move here. But it changes a lot. Yeah, I don't have big depth, so maybe we will see another good move played by Vašík. Oh, knight f3 is also quite normal. Oh, it was played. Yeah, knight f3. Logical. The knight is returning to the game. Okay, Tereza, what do you think about this?
Well, I think White has absolutely nothing to complain about. You have extra material. There is not much for it, if anything, and the b6 can also actually at some point be a target, because if you play b5, then c5 square is a bit weakened. Um, so I think you just he can play without any worries. He can continue. The time is good, so I think there are good chances that White will win. But of course, he will yet have to show some work. Anyway, we we're very happy to see that Vasek has great chances in the round one. But we did mention another Czech player that is giving us some hopes for good results. And I would like to take a look on at the game of Joachim Niemetz in the under 16th category. We can find him.
Yeah. I will go
He's
there. I
playing
just
the
mentioned that.
Ukrainian.
I will go there. I just mentioned that I am pretty bad when I have an advantage like Vašík has now. I often play strange moves and I lose my advantage, and then it's a crazy fight. So I'm curious how Vašík will exploit his advantage. I mean, it's also a difficult job in chess to win a winning position, and sometimes they say it's the most difficult job. So we will see. But okay, let's move. Let's move to Tereza, to the game of Joachim. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Tereza. We have some small shift in our transmission, so it was not intentional. So let's take a look at that. You wanted to say who is the opponent of Joachim, or
I just wanted to say that he's playing against the Ukrainian Andriy um, Artemov. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Actually, Ukraine has here many players, and they're one of the countries that send most players. Most players, of course, are from Czech Republic. Ukraine has though 55 players here, so that's also quite a lot. We made. We will, of course, not be surprised that many players here are from Slovakia, from Poland, and from other neighbor countries, but also Ukraine, Greece sent around 50 players, also Turkey. So I just wanted to mention that these are the countries that really did come here with many hopes for good results, and of course Ukraine is one of them.
yeah,
This
that's true.
Andriy Artemov probably is Andriy Artemov is probably rather one of the underdogs here, but we shouldn't judge by the rating because often these countries do have low ratings, but they can play extremely well. So I'm sure that Joachim will not have an easy job today.
Yeah, exactly. I agree, Teresa. Uh, During the rapid and blitz portion, the biggest team was from Poland, actually with a big margin. They brought more players than us, which is quite interesting. And curiously, I'm also the head of the Czech Chess Federation, so I just want to thank all the countries and all the players who came to Prague uh, to the European Championship. It's a big honor for us as the federation to have more than 1,200 players, and also it's a pretty big responsibility. I hope they will like it here in the Czech Republic. And you were right that young Ukrainian kid with rating 2090, it would be also a pretty tough game for me during some open. And Joachim Joachim Nemec has around the same level like me. So yeah, it's not gonna be an easy game. It's a standard opening with g3 and bishop g2, and when the white side is waiting with the c4 move, you usually has you have time. Black has time to develop the bishop from c8. Because as you know, after the Catalan move order like c4, or of course you can play c4 earlier, and there are many other options for black like taking on c4, but usually you don't have time to develop the bishop. You go something like e6 and you play like this. But when white is waiting with the move c4, and for example, Vašík Finěk played this line many times during the last Czech, the previous Czech chess championship among men. We played a game there, and I was black, and I also developed my bishop to f5 because now it's possible, and Joachim knows that. The thing is that often it leads to an equal in game because, as we see here in the game, the queens move to their logical places b3 and b6, and often we see an in game. After c5, I switch on the bar. Joachim was thinking for 4 minutes, and I am surprised by his reaction. And actually, I don't like it because what I did in the game with Vašík, I don't remember the exact move order, but it was something like this, was to go to this kind of in game. And when I was young, I was taught that in this in game, after c5, when queens are going to exchange, when white is able to push b4, b5, he has an advantage. And it's like here, because after a6, b4, with black, you can't stop the move b5 because there is a pin, so white can play b5. And many years ago, it was considered to be good for white. It was considered to be an advantage for white. But computers changed everything, and in this kind of position, black is actually quite happy to allow white to play b4, b5, and black just continue the developing. And then even some moves like g5 are on the table, and after b5, black is actually quite happy because he can develop the knight to c6 and to have a concrete active play against white weaknesses. And the game is crazy, but actually it's good for black. So this is one interesting idea I found last year. Black can play like this. And it's good because the other option, which Joachim chose in the game, is quite passive. The queen returns, but white gains very nice tempo by playing bishop f4, and the queen has to go back. We know some lines like this in a London system when white plays like this. Now black plays like this. It's not losing, of course. Maybe it's not even bad, but black is under pressure. So yeah, Tereza, you were right. It's not going to be an easy game for Joachim because, as you can see, he is under positional pressure on the queen side, and he needs to create something on the king side, maybe even by playing g5. But it's strategically very risky. But yeah, when I would be in this position, if it were my position, I would consider g5 very carefully, because otherwise white has a very simple plan by playing a4, b5, very simple chess and good chess, creating weaknesses in black's position and then playing for two results. So black has to do something. What do you think, Tereza?
Yeah, I have played positions like that. I was never very comfortable when black gets this passive position, and you're just waiting for white to play this a4 b5, and you're just trying to create some counterplay, and it's not very easy. But um, I think Joachim didn't played quite interestingly, and I was puzzled actually by a moment that happens in a few moves. So if we can just take a look there, because Joachim could have taken a pawn, and I'm not sure why didn't he. I do assume white will have compensation for that pawn, but I don't see the exact refutation. And in general, I think that you should go for some imbalanced positions if you're the uh, if you're trying to win. So here, yes, short castle, and yes, this knight e4, knight d2, just a bit further yet. I wanted to go if we can.
Yeah, I got stuck. Sorry, Teresa, because I'm thinking about this position. Um, yeah, these moves are
I like
logical.
the move knight e4. It you don't have that much place as black, so if you do exchange some pieces, it helps you a bit, I think. And white, I guess, has to allow exchanging some pieces.
Yeah, but
Or are you
I would
thinking?
go a4 here. I don't know. I don't know. It's I mean, knight e4 is possible. It's probably a good move. But on the other hand, when you play like this and you can move the other knight to f6, because what else? And I go knight d2 now, and you can exchange all the pieces, but then I will have this b5 and I am just better. So that was the reason why I wanted to complicate things somehow, because I think this is logical. I agree. It also looks good, but as white, I wouldn't pay so much attention. I would go a4. What do you think?
Maybe it was yeah, maybe white should have stayed with the plan that is just simple, because he started to look into opening up the center, and this probably helps black, right? And
Yeah. And
there,
also,
if
I
you go
wanted to
a4,
mention one other thing, that with a4 and when you take, I have pretty good control of e5, because of course the dream for black would be to push e5. And actually, I think knight d2 somehow helps
if
this,
I go
because
here,
yeah.
if I go here simply after a4, if I can go bishop e5, bishop f6, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just wanted to mention that by playing knight d2 and bishop takes d2, now e5 looks actually pretty. Mean that it can happen in a near future, but with my move, it can happen never. And of course, you can play bishop f6. You wanted to do immediately or
No,
with.
I didn't wanna exchange. I didn't wanna exchange on c3.
Uh-huh. Okay. Bishop f6. Yeah,
Wanted to
that's
leave the
possible.
knights and play bishop f6 here.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. I just want to take. You take probably with the bishop, because when you take with the pawn's gonna be very badly placed. I think it's gonna be lost. I can even sacrifice on d4, I think. Let's imagine variation like this, and then rook a1 simply, or even knight c4 first. This is very ugly.
Oh, knight
And
c4 is nice.
when you take with the bishop, which looks much better, I just play bishop d6. And
There's bishop d6. I'm not in time. So maybe I do have to play castles with the hope of bishop f6, but this feels slow. Yeah.
yeah, but you can
Can
play
you
like that
already do
actually.
b5?
Short castle, because now I can't play b5 actually. I think
Knight
short
c3 there
castle is
is, yeah?
stuck. And I don't know. I don't know. You can also take and take on b5, but I don't like it. I think bishop f6 now is logical. Maybe after all, it's okay for black, I think. Yeah, just I can play a4, of course, but you don't react. You just castle first. You just castle first, and then you do bishop f6 as you suggested. And yeah, I think it's okay for black. I can, of course, continue by taking on e4 and then trying to do something on the queen side, but it's not easy. You always have some counterplay. Anyway, I think this kind of position is worse for black.
But
Yeah,
it's not. It's extremely unpleasant to play against someone you should win. You should beat
yeah,
because it feels like only white is pushing here.
yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. Let's move to the game. The reason why I was analyzing this is just it's an interesting position for me. I also can end up in a position like this, so I just wanted to analyze. Somehow, I think that allowing black to take on d2, which I think was a good decision, was not good for white. Knight d2 was a little bit strangely looking move. And now e4. And you wanted to ask why black didn't take on d4? Or
Yeah, I was looking at bishop d4.
yeah, I would take with the rook, of course. I think this one is better for white. E4 move is kind of tricky. I know. I wouldn't play like this. I would go with A4 plan, but it's also not bad because look at the queen on C8. I mean, white has more space, more active pieces. It's logical to open the center. It's a little bit tricky. I would, of course, continue by taking with rook here, but I think white has an advantage. Of course, you can you can play
Well,
like
you do
this.
have the pair of bishops also. That's
Yeah, yeah. Of course, you can play like bishop
it's
e7,
important to
hoping
know.
to get the knight to d5, and you can think that you are actually okay with the knight on d5. But that's not true. Even with the knight on d5, white has a better position. I will just put there some I don't know, random moves, right? Just to illustrate my point. If I put
Mhm.
there random moves and you go knight d5, I take. And even if you are able to take on d5 with the pawn, which you are not in this position, then often the resulting position is pretty dangerous for black due to the open e file. And if you take with the c pawn, I just go a4, and this is strategically lost for black. I think almost lost, because I will create passed pawn on the queen side, and this is very difficult. So actually, I think white could take on e4 with the rook. Of course, it's not that simple. I mean, chess is not a simple game. But I wanted just to illustrate that the resulting position is a little bit better for white. But after a rook takes e4, black has a very nicely looking tactical possibility, a5.
Ah, this is nice actually. Because on this you usually want to react with b5, yes? But here it's not an option.
Maybe they saw this line. Maybe they saw this line. Maybe that was the reason why bishop takes e4 happened. But now I agree with you, Teresa. I need to take this pawn. Come on, it's a pawn.
Plus, okay, the bishop looks amazing there. I don't know if I can, although I don't know if I can play e5. Can I? Or it's
I'm not
weakening
sure.
me too
Mm,
much.
I
I
think
just
black
got
does.
excited for a second because I saw that I can actually support that bishop, but then I realized that the white squared bishop will get so much more powerful.
Yeah, this is very risky strategically. Black can play like this, of course, but even after simple bishop c3, the compensation for white is very nice. I mean, let's imagine like this, and the rook goes to d6, and this is, of course, playable. Maybe it will hold somehow, but dangerously looking.
But
So
okay, let's say that e5 was overly optimistic and try to find a different move for black.
yeah, I think knight f6.
So knight f6, you have to go somewhere with the bishop, and rook followed. Um, okay, bishop maybe b1.
Yeah, maybe black was afraid of something like bishop takes h6, but I don't think that works. I
Here is
just take
knight
on it,
takes bishop f2 first. Yeah.
and
There
then
is
I.
also knight g4 if you want to, if you don't want to mess up
Yeah,
your
but
pawn structure.
maybe black was afraid of something like this because if you go bishop c1, I just go rook d8, I think, and this is just a simple pawn. The bishop is very good here, and if I exchange on e4, then of course I can play e5 and hold the position. I think this is better for black already.
No, I thought bishop b1, that white will do bishop b1 maybe
Sorry.
after the knight
Bishop.
f6, but I still do rook d8, and I will ask you to prove that you have the compensation for the pawn.
No, I don't think there is any concrete compensation. I may play e5 in the future, but not right now because it would be a weakening. I can play a5, for example. This is a very nicely looking position for black, no weaknesses, and yeah. You may hope with white to get the rook to d6, but it's far away. I don't see any concrete problems for black. So yeah, it's a very interesting moment here. I think white should take with the rook, but he took with the bishop, and Joachim didn't take the pawn, which is a little bit surprising. But I know that Joachim, and it's normal for young players, likes more to attack, and yeah, after bishop takes d4, careful, very careful defense is needed here, which is not Joachim's style. And actually, our games are more affected by our style than you would think. Even for grandmasters, for most of them, uh, it's very important to have a position they like, they enjoy, because when you get into position you don't like and you don't enjoy, maybe the computer will show you an advantage like here, but if you don't like the position, then you will play it badly, and in few moves it will turn around. And yeah, Joachim played a5, which actually is also an interesting move. We saw this idea. He wanted to prepare bishop takes d4 because after b takes a5, there is already bishop takes d4 with a big advantage for black. It would be even a better version. So he tried a5, but of course for white it was a moment where he can cover the d4 pawn. But still, this position is
But it's
already
not going to be
better.
it's
Sorry.
not going to be very easy to get some sharp position here with black. I mean, some active position. It felt to me still like bishop d4 somehow clarifies the position, and here I like I personally like rather white, but the computer is fine with black, so I'm sure that there is nothing wrong with black's position either.
Very difficult, very difficult. I also like white actually, but I can imagine many scenarios where black will take over. I especially like the move computer is suggesting now, which is bishop d8. It's a wonderful move, very deep. The bishop goes to a5 and it allows knight f6. But still, the position is around equal, I think. Very difficult to play for both sides. I also like white because white has more space. It has two bishops, but there are pawn weaknesses. And of course, compared to the position we analyzed before, compared to rook takes e4, uh, black black is happy to push a5 already. Of course, it may happen also here, as we talked about it. So maybe we would end in a very similar position, but black should have taken the pawn. So very, very difficult game ahead. No, bishop d8 didn't happen. We have this position. This is life, and
Black is thinking.
Black is thinking. Yeah, black is thinking. Maybe he will play this bishop d8 move, but I don't believe that much. Rook a7
Well,
was an interesting idea. Yeah.
on one
Trying.
hand, it's very, very hard to find that move. I find it. On the other hand, you do want to put the knight on f6. So you're thinking, where do I put the bishop?
Yeah.
Maybe like that you can find that move because this f6 square is meant for the knight right now, unless you want to somehow put e5, which I don't think is your current goal.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. We will follow that game, but now we return to our previous games, and also we have tips in the chat. Uh, our
Yes,
viewers,
you
and
asked
I
us
thank
to
for
look
that.
at Alexander. Sorry.
No, Alexander Kutaniac. So I will
Yes,
try to find that game. But in the meantime, I
yes,
put
he's
there the
playing
position of Vashi.
under 14.
I am just curious what they did in this game, but it's almost the same. Vashik is trying to find a way how to coordinate pieces and win the game. And from the same category, we have also Alexander Kutaniac, our viewers want. So I will try to find that game. And then they want Nora Rasheva, girls under 16, but it's board 51. I don't think we have board 51 online, but we will try to find that.
Nora Rasheva,
Uh,
I also found. So we will take a look at that later.
we have
And
board
I can.
number 51, right? Oh, it's amazing, amazing. All games are online. Oh, Richard Stalmach won. I forgot
Ah,
about him. I forgot. I forgot about Richard Stalmach. So our next game is Richard Stalmach, okay? But now I will try to find Alexander Kutenec because, of course, Richard Stalmach is also Czech hope for the
in the under 18 category.
and
He's,
under 18 it's a difficult category. But
of
I'm
course,
able to find Alexander Kutenec. You found him?
I did find him.
Oh my!
He's
So I will
playing
scroll
against
down.
he's playing against Ivanov Andrei.
Okay,
I'm
still nothing. Yeah. Oh, I found him. I found him. Great. Great. I'm moving the board to our live screen. And it's here. So he is the favorite under 14 category. Do you know the number of the
I
board?
assume that I haven't seen. I do assume that his opponent, Ivanov Andrei, is playing under no flag. Then. No, he's from Macedonia. I don't know why we don't have it written there, but he's a Macedonian player. And they're playing on the board number 27.
Okay, board number 27, and pretty standard opening, the London system, but without d5. And actually, it's quite good. I would recommend you for black, I mean, to counter this d4 and bishop f4 systems by playing d6, because you don't give this bishop too much space. And on the other hand, with white, you need to play h3 pretty soon, because otherwise you allow knight h5, which black did in this game. And I think it's a good reaction to white system, because you just take the bishop and you have the advantage of two bishops. And now usually they go e6 and they play a slow game, trying to outplay white in this kind of position. The bishop usually goes to b7 with a pretty nice position for black. But also it's playable for white. You just go knight d2 as usual, rook e1, and normal game. But usually when you go d5 after bishop f4, white has some concrete pressure. You know, when the pawn is on d5, white has some concrete lines with knight d5. So I think it's a good reaction to this setup. But what I don't like is the move e5, which I find a little bit too hasty. But on the other hand, it's also playable, normal reaction. It's true that white squares here look a little bit weak. Still, we have this bishop on c8, so it should be okay, but I would prefer e6. White is a favorite in this game, and it means that he needs to create something. And I think it was possible here to play e4, trying to get control of these white squares, and then maybe somehow get the knight here to these squares. Because when you don't play anything here, black can coordinate his pieces and get active, and that's the reason why actually white decided to play e4 here. a4, which is standard. Rook b1, interesting, because standard move, which I would prefer, is rook d1 and knight f1, knight e3, but I think already with a small advantage for white. Rook b1 happened. Interesting, an aggressive plan with b4. Quite okay, I think. But black reacted very well with b5. I like this. Yeah, they exchanged on a4. Rook b8. Yeah, it's a well played game. You know, sometimes in the first round you meet a guy and he has rating of 1,800 and he plays a nice game, and that's exactly this case. Black didn't make any big mistake. He played logical chess. b5 was a very nice counter. So I think white was a little bit hasty with rook b1 and b4. Yeah, I think he should move the knight first and then do something, because now many pieces they get exchanged and this is around equal, and I don't think yeah, now we are alive. Now this is the live board, and I'm not surprised that White is already in a small time pressure. He has only 26 minutes left because he is a favorite and he has nothing. So it's a bad feeling, and yeah, it will be a difficult game for Alexander because yeah, Black is playing well, and I even like this move knight g4. Looks a bit strange, but it's attacking f2. It's useful. Yeah, what do you think,
Do you think
Tereza?
he wants to play? He wants to also maybe think about playing some f5 and opening up.
No, 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 f5. No, no, come on. But yeah, maybe he will do it. Maybe he will do it, but I don't think it's something we want. Maybe, yeah, it's also possible, but it would be
Oh, I just look for it. I want to play maybe. Okay, the rook is on b8. Maybe if it was on f8, I could do f5, then e4, bishop d4. Look on the f2 because the white has no counter to the black squared bishop. So I wanted to somehow put him to game.
yeah, yeah, I understand that. But by playing f5, you weaken the whole king side. It's very risky approach. The bishop can get into the game simply by playing bishop f8 here, attacking on b4.
You
It's
can go
actually
through e7, d8, b6 also.
this is actually quite annoying for white. I don't know. I don't know what to do now because the b4 is hanging, and when you play b5, everything is changed, and it's even a better draw for black. So I don't know. Uh, Computer is suggesting move knight e1, which is wonderful, but very hard to find, I think.
The knight g4 also covers the e5 square, yeah? So that's why bishop f8 was possible.
Knight e1
Not
is a very strong move. I wonder whether Alexandra will play this. Now, for example, f5, you can play this move, Tereza, but computer agrees with me. It's around +1 now, even after knight d3, because this move only weakened the king side. Of course, the computer evaluation is not all. Of course, you can play like this, no problem, but it's good for white objectively. Even when you do f4, I don't need to be worried about this, but it's playable. Of course, you can always take trying to get this square under control, but it's not
No,
anything
this
black
is not
wants.
what I was going for. No.
Yeah. Maybe with the rook on f8, yeah, you are right, then it would be more logical, but when the knight gets to d3, it's already good for white. This is a very strong move, I like it.
Mhm.
Anyway, yeah, it was game of Alexander, and then we had another suggestion, Nora Rasheva, girls under 16, and then we moved to Richard Stalmach. Okay.
All right.
Uh,
We should actually speed up because it's soon gonna be many games finishing. So
yeah,
maybe we will
I know,
start
but we have like
going through the
600 games, Teresa. I am a slow man. Give me some space. Uh, I need to find
So
this girl.
I'm here to push you to be a bit quicker.
Yeah. I put there the last game we analyzed from the gross section. It was the game they requested in chat,
Dinara
the game
Husseinova.
of Dinara, and yes, you can see Black handled the French perfectly, and this is looking very good for Black. Computer shows question mark with queen c7. I don't know why. Maybe there was something stronger, but this position is anyway, uh, I think, already winning for Black. Too many weaknesses in White's camp. And by that, I can switch to the gross section, and I can find this game under 16, but it's not gonna be easy. You found it, right?
Nora Rasheva, yes. She's playing black. against the Polish Aleksandra Zgoda.
Maybe you can send me the link in our cameras, in our video. That's easier.
I cannot. I have it on the other computer, but I'll try to.
Well,
Try to find it on
in the meantime,
the other
because
one,
I
maybe.
didn't find that game. In the meantime, I'm going to analyze game which.
So you can look. You know what? Take a look at Richard Stalmach's game, and I'll send you
I
the
just
link
want
in
to
the
say that.
meantime.
Yeah,
Of
exactly. Exactly, because Richard won his game already. Congratulations. Also, big hope for the Czech players. And he has rating above 2,400. He even had a medal last Czech championship among men, so the grown-up category. And he was a favorite during the first round. His opponent was from England, 2,100, so he's not a bad player at all. But Richard played his favorite opening, the Queen's Gambit, with c takes d5 and this structure called Carlsbad structure. It's a favorite for Richard Stalmach, and he understands these positions very well. You may see this little move h3. Uh, the reason behind this move is that white wants to keep this bishop on f4 alive. Usually the bishop is on g4, the g5, and it allows black to release the pressure by playing knight e4. There are some tactics connected with the bishop on g5. Of course, it's just an idea. There are concrete variations, and it's important whether white castled already or not, and other stuff. But just an idea. With the bishop on f4, I think like this is possible. And I wonder why the game ended so quickly, because of course black is under some pressure, but it's a very mm, firm structure. I mean, there are no big weaknesses, so it's very solid position. I don't know why the game already ended. Yeah, knight f8, knight e5, logical, bishop g3, knight g6, yeah, f4. Yeah, it's a very strong approach. Black, uh, I think he somehow misplayed it. Already the opening allowing white to get bishop f4 freely, and h3 now is already under pressure, and this is a very good reaction. I think bishop e6 is needed here, with some idea of knight 6 to d7, like in the old days. Also, it's possible to play like here. It's passive, but still playable, I think. But black reacted like nothing's happening. This is normal in standard variations, but now after f4, already white's position is much, much better. Yeah, this is, yeah, this is very difficult for black already. White has enormous pressure on the king side. And it was a wonderful understanding of the opening. I think if you play Queen's Gambit, you can carefully study this game, understand the nuances behind the moves, understand why it got so bad for black so quickly. I can just give you some hints. Black moved to bishop again, and this setup with knight g6 is useful when the bishop is on g5. Sometimes it can get trapped and attacked, but it was very clever to move the bishop to g3, wait for the so-called standard approach by black, which is not good here. Black can play g6 and have something like a game, but it's already bad. Yeah, wonderful. And f4, f5 is perfect. And now black tried some counterplay, but to no avail. Bishop h4, already dead. And now it's just falling apart. Okay, black tried to complicate matters, but this is terrible. Black's position is falling apart. Yeah. Yeah, so Richard got into the in-game. These rooks are still on the 8th rank. Oh my, this is crazy.
It's just a pawn up to bishops, better king, better everything, yes?
No, but it was an amazing performance by Richard. I think he's in a good form, and that's a good sign for Czech fans. Of course, it was a knowledge of the opening, because he played the opening, as far as I can see, very quickly. Even maybe it was his preparation. I don't know. Maybe it was his preparation. He played the opening very quickly, and this move f4, it took him like 30 seconds. So yeah,
It's a very nice move.
Yeah, I was very happy when I saw this game, but it is spoiled a little bit because it was a preparation. Yeah, he played this move in 30 seconds, so it was great knowledge of the opening, maybe a concrete preparation for the game, but it was computer. Yeah, it was not his own invention, which would be even better. But anyway, it's a great game and great start for the tournament. So yeah, probably preparation. Very very strongly played. Computers, they are so good. I mean, it's impossible to play against computers for a human. So when you end up in a preparation like this, you just need to play something that your opponent didn't analyze. And that's a question what he didn't analyze. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you don't have your own knowledge, because that would be the ideal scenario. But when you don't have knowledge, you need to play something they don't analyze, and of course it's difficult. But yeah, when you know that this plan is possible, f4 f5, you just can't play knight g6. Allow it with the tempo. I mean, yeah, maybe he didn't know, but after this, it's yeah, very strong. Very nice game. Okay, very nice game. Okay, Tereza, you found Nora Rasheva, or how what is the
I did.
situation?
I sent you the link, so
Hmm.
we can take a look at that. And I'm afraid that board number 51 we actually do not have on our streams, so we will not be able to check that. But if you have any other suggestions, please do let us know. We will take a look.
I'm trying to get there. Okay, I am here. I am here. Oh, Bulgarian player Nora Rasheva against Polish player Alexandra is white, and black is the favorite in this game, but only a slight one. Oh, and I like white's approach. Straight for the attack. No, I mean, it's not some crazy attack, but it's a normal line. And actually, uh, it's dangerous. I've seen so many games where white won pretty easily because it's a non-standard position, and if you are familiar with it, like white is usually familiar with this position when she plays it. For black is difficult because actually c5 is already a slight inaccuracy. At least I think it's playable, but after knight b5, the knight is very well placed there because to counter knight c7, you have to play knight a6. And normally, for example, when you castle, and now you play knight a6, you can also play knight e8, but it's a different variation. Now black can play c6 in the future to get the knight away, or for example, start with knight e4, and then the threat is to play c6, because the knight does not have this square. So you need this option. You can always play c5, of course, normal move, but you would be surprised how dangerous the position is. The knight is very well placed here. And in the game, black played c4, which is actually quite good, I think. And now I am a little bit surprised by knight c3, but it's possible. White can also play a4 like this. And already I think white has a slight edge here. He would go c3 and then b3 against this c4 square. And yeah, it's a normal fight with a small advantage for white, I think. Okay, the king continued like this. It's a crazy fight. But g4, yeah, computer is critical, and I'm also critical because g4 does nothing for the development. And there is even bigger issue because white overlooked the problem along this diagonal. She wanted to bail out with c3, which is actually quite a nice idea. But anyway, black's position is better. Computer even says that you should take with the c pawn. Yeah, maybe that's true. But anyway, the position is better for black. And we are here. Okay, girls, they played only 14 moves. I'm not that surprised because the position is very complicated, but I think Norasheva has every chance to win this game because black's position is preferable. The pawn on d3 is strong, and she has two bishops. White has also some space and some chances, for example, on the king side, but black's position is better. And Tereza, we are approaching to the unlimited time pressure, right?
That's true in some of the games, definitely. I wanted to yet maybe get back to the Dinara Husseinova game that our fans are asking for. I mean, not our fans, but Dinara's fans are asking for. Our followers are asking for her. So I did send you a link, and we can take a look if anything has changed in that game.
Yeah, nothing has changed. Black will won. Black played a very nice game. It was a very nice French. Computer shows that white made a mistake by playing bishop b4. It loses an exchange, but it's not such a big mistake that computer is showing because the position is lost anyway. And by playing bishop b4, white was hoping to get some counterplay along this diagonal, and she sacrificed an exchange. So it was intentional, but yeah, it's lost anyway. So you can do it. Maybe black can even play queen c4. I think it was a little bit stronger because then white has to go to the first rank, and then I take the rook, and then you have to take it to the queen, and that's pretty sad. She took on a1 immediately, which is a little bit weaker, I think, because white, at least
But I
white.
think you have a5, b6, and you can take on c3. No, I think this was the point.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, at least white got out the rook, but still, it's completely lost. So, Dinara will win.
Just wants to
Don't
go
worry in
home
our
and
chat.
prepare for
Don't worry,
Thanksgiving.
black will win. Yeah,
We
it
still
was.
didn't find out whether it's a sister, twin sister of the other Husseinova player.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will
Okay,
check it
okay.
out later.
I move to the game of Vashik, which we analyzed, and many moves happened here. So I wanted to have a look. Uh, if I return to the position from the opening, I think this knight f3 is somewhat passive. Uh, Vashik is trying to improve his piece coordination, and this bishop c1 move is passive but very interesting, and black didn't exchange the bishop, which is, I think, a good decision from the practical point of view. Still, it's just a pawn down, so Vašík moved the bishop to b2, but black has some pressure here. Yeah, but e3 solves the pressure, right? e3 is a good move. I will try to find what computer thinks and what Tereza thinks. What Tereza thinks about this position.
So how do you continue as white? You just, I guess, you put the rook on c1, but what will be the next plan in order to get things going?
Yeah, somehow I don't like the bishop on b2. Yeah, I like it more on f4. I understand why Vašík played it, the bishop c1, but it was a little bit passive. I like the computer suggestion knight b1 more. The knight is, of course, passive there also, but the knight can jump out, and the bishop from b2 cannot jump out. The only future that bishop has is that I go knight e5 in the future, and it opens the long diagonal. Maybe that's the plan in a long term, I mean. Short term, you just go bishop rook fc1 as you suggested, Tereza, and then you just exchange everything along the c file and win the end game, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess with a pawn up, you should head into the end game.
Yeah. Okay, I got so deep into the analysis that I forgot that we should make another break. Okay, will you agree? And in 10 minutes, we will go back. What do you think?
See you then.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back
Na není
to
online.
the live transmission of first round of European Youth Chess Championship 2024, which is played in Prague in Congress Top Hotel. And I am here. My name is Martin Petr, and I'm here with Tereza Rodshtein, women grandmaster from the Czech Republic. As you can see, we are analyzing from our homes, but we have live cameras from the playing hall and more than 200 online games which we can analyze. The games are slowly approaching the time control, and we have no additional time after move 40. So we are approaching to the time pressures. Thank you for watching us. If you have any suggestion which game we should analyze, please write in the chat on ECU YouTube channel. And we switch to the games because we did not see any game from the oldest category, boys under 18, and one of the top seeded players is Jan Klimkowski from Poland. So we go through this game. His opponent is Gustavo Ribeiro from Portugal. His rating is like 2180, so he's not bad player at all. And he has white pieces. He chose a calm opening. He wanted to play takes d4, knight takes d4, and now the main line is bishop b4 and knight takes c6, which leads to calm positions. And of course, black didn't want that, so he chose after d4 immediately bishop b4. Now white can play knight takes e5, of course, but after some thinking, he decided to play d5 and bishop d3, and we got a very nice interesting strategical position because black exchanged on c3, giving up the bishop pair for white, but he has compensation. These pawns are doubled, and of course the bishop on d3 is not looking very well. So I think black's position is already slightly preferable from the opening. And I wanted to highlight the opening choice because really these days, if you want to do something with black pieces against a weaker opponent, if you want to get an interesting game, you need to play something that your opponent doesn't know. And of course, this is the critical question these days: how to find something that my opponent doesn't know. And it seems like black hit it very well because white was thinking and already the move d5 I don't like. So I think black found the variation that his opponent doesn't know. And it's a very interesting strategical fight. Black moved the knight to c5 and white played g4. The computer is not a big fan of this move, but I am, because at least white blocked the f5 move and is hoping to create something on the king side. Black immediately reacts by playing c6, opening up the queen side, and now b5, a very strong, typical move, blowing up the queen side, where black has an advantage, for example, due to very well placed knight on c5. So white is under heavy pressure, and of course black used it by immediately attacking the weaknesses on the king side of white. And now, although black is a pawn down, the position of white is a very sad one. I don't want to see this actually, because white has so many mistakes for grab, and also his king side is weak. So actually I'm a little bit surprised that the game is still on. We don't have it on the camera, but white probably is in a big depression because these pawns are so strong. e3. Yeah, it's a very well played game. Black is a strong player, and he is playing very aggressively. For a weaker player, it can be tricky to assess this position because it seems like white is going to take and somehow survives the attack and he is 2 pawns up. But in fact, there are no defenders around white's king and the queen is coming and the game is going to end quite soon. There is a very important motive that anyway, where when white plays bishop b2, black has a very nice square for the knight, blocking the mate and also continuing the attack. So the position is lost for white, and this happened on the board. So white is trying to block the position, but it's impossible. Very strong game by Jan Klinkowski. This is how we win with black in open section against weaker opponent in the first round. Finding the opening he doesn't know and then strategically outplay him with a big energy like this.
And
For example, here,
actually, Jan Klimkovsky is one of the players who actually brought here an amazing form because he did play already in the rapid and blitz section, and in both of these competitions, he won a medal. In the blitz, he won the gold medal, and in the rapid section, he was third. So it's even though he was one of the highest ranked, it's not easy at all to prove that you can still become in the top three. And he's keen to get another great result here in the classical section as well. And seems like the start is going very well. I wanted to show this game because I just thought it just so quickly just exploded. It just you play c6, b5, and then cd5, f5, e4, f4, and uh, black is just completely dominating.
yeah, and what I find wonderful is that all these moves were best according to the computer. It's really a very strong play by black, and white just got crushed. And a small little moment in the end because now I think many players here would take on f3. I mean, it's the most logical move, right? It would give white some small hope after rook f1. It's not the end of the game. So black played knight g6, which is another very strong move and the best one according to the computer. The knight is going to h4, and it's even better than to take on f3. And this is the live position. Oh, and white already resigned. He has seen enough. It was a wonderful game, winning with black in 25 moves like this. It really gives you uh, yeah boost for other rounds. Although you mentioned Jan Klinkowski already won 2 medals, so he is boosted enough.
He's boosted enough, but it's also giving you this responsibility that they wanna you wanna continue this. So it's not easy at all, and definitely the first round helps. And we can get back to yet a number the first board in under 16. We looked at it before. We stopped somewhere around here, and we can take a look at what happened since.
Yeah, we have this game on the camera. I think it's number 4, if I'm not mistaken. It's girls under 16, the first board. Narmin Abdinova playing with white from Azerbaijan, and Andrea Stankovic playing with black. And I told you that this game is not easy for white. We were talking about some moves like knight g4, and I expected this game to be very difficult for white as a rating favorite. Um, the opening didn't went well, and black has a very solid position, playing good game. And it got confirmed because the girls are still playing and they are heading into the time pressure. So let's see what happened. Sadly for black, she didn't find courage for knight g4, not now, and the move before rook fd8 was even stronger. We saw some lines, and she played queen b8, which is not a bad move at all. White played h3, stopping knight g4 forever. Bishop d6, which is wonderful move. I like it very much because it is fighting against the d5 move, and it's preparing knight e7. And if black gets knight e7 freely, then the position is already very difficult for whites from the strategical point of view. The knight is going here or here. So this is critical for white. And
Actually, just curious, what happens after d5 right now, and instead of knight
yeah,
g5?
yeah. Actually, d5 is the best option. But anyway, it was a good move, this bishop d6, because you can't block it anyway. And if she goes d5, I just take, probably with the knight, and then with the pawn. And then what do you do?
Scary too. Okay, I cannot play with the queen because of the discovered check of bishop d2. And taking it with a rook can be maybe knight a5. Can't it? Maybe knight a5 is working? Or is there rook takes c8 yet? So queen c8, and now if you take, and the same motif again. So I cannot take on d5, which is why I didn't play d5. Otherwise, this is what you want. But maybe I can at least somehow be happy that I closed that bishop on b7. Can I play knight d4? Or
Yeah, I mean,
it's not enough.
actually, this is the top choice according to the computer. But it is very sad, you know. You are a rating favorite. I think you never play d5, and then in this position play something like knight d4, fighting for a draw. Bishop g5 is maybe a little bit better, but still fighting for a draw. So you never play this, but it was the best move because otherwise the position is bad. And this bishop d6 is a strong move. The reason is that you need to free this square for the knight to go somewhere, and this is the best square, allowing you these tricks. And white played knight g5, which is a bad move, but I don't blame her. The position is already very difficult, and this is a logical solution. Black also responded with a mistake that is pretty understandable. Bishop f4 looks like a good move, but black could play h6. Of course, white's idea was to play knight ge2, or maybe she wanted to sacrifice, but that's not good, I think. I mean, I just move my king, and you can sacrifice on h6. Maybe that was white's idea, but I don't think so, because now black has many winning continuations. For example, knight takes d4. You have only queen there, and you will lose the bishop. So you have only queen there, and that's not enough. I think this position is winning for black. So after h6, white probably wanted to go to e4, but that's losing
Do I
a
have
helpful
any?
pawn.
And rook takes d4. Ah, again, rook c1, bishop c1, and bishop h2 check.
Yeah. It's not that difficult to find this move.
And now rook takes. If I play rook takes c8 now,
Yeah. That's possible, but I give intermediate check.
there's knight takes e2 intermediate check. All right, so I'm just winning a pawn.
Yeah, but this is difficult actually. You can play king f1, and I don't have good option how to take on c8. Yeah, not annoys me a little bit. Maybe I will have to take with the bishop that I don't like.
Can I take with the bishop simply?
Yeah,
But I'm pawn up, no?
yeah, of
I'm a
course.
pawn up against higher rated player. I'm happy.
Yeah. Black is better here if he is able to. Yeah. Black is just better here, of course. Yeah,
So
but the
I
position was
have
very
piece
bad
up,
anyway.
so I don't. Yeah, so after knight g5, the best option was just to play h6, force the knight to go back because knight e4 probably doesn't work.
Yeah, black would be much better.
And then you play the bishop f4.
Yeah, she played bishop f4 immediately, which is a logical move from human's perspective. But yeah, now white reacted very well. She played d5, which is her best chance. She has to do something. The game didn't went well so far. Now she can play d5 because yeah, there is no tactics anymore. Or the tactics works in white's favor because the knight on g5 it supports this idea, the attack on
f7. Yeah.
f7, and that's the reason why now the position is around equal, and it blown up because white played knight takes f7, which is amazing actually. In such a difficult position to find such a move. Yeah, very well done. Narmin is
And
fighting.
you do. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the time. Both of them have 15 minutes until the rest of the game. And you're playing this position. It's
Yeah, Teresa, we are
it's
moving
pretty
into the
crazy.
rapid section. We are moving into the rapid section. Now rapid arrives.
Yeah, okay. It's been 20 moves and both of the players have 15 minutes left and completely wild opened position. So I think right now, um, Black is definitely feeling that they've missed. They definitely missed. She definitely missed the knight f7. Probably also d5 wasn't the plan. So she is feeling the position slipping away, which is very unpleasant. And I think White will win this one, even though it shows about equal. I would like to just for showing purposes, um, point out what happens after knight takes e3, because obviously you don't want to allow a discovered check, but just to show that after knight takes e3 now, White has the option of playing knight h6, check. And after king h8, just queen g8 and checkmate on f7, which would be it's a typical tactics, of course, but it doesn't happen very often. So once there is the possibility to demonstrate, I always like to look for such mates.
Well, I think we will not see that on the board, but actually it's very difficult to suggest move for
But anyway,
white.
this will definitely not happen. But what can uh, what can Black do after knight takes f7? So let's try just look just very quickly what happens after king takes f7, because when somebody gives you a piece, you first should look what happens if you take it.
Yeah, for the next rounds,
Of
maybe we
course
will
not.
succeed to see the cameras like you. We don't see them now. We have many windows and many games, but I'm curious how black looks because this is a terrible fight. I mean, they must be exhausted already. And okay, we will look at king takes f7. But Tereza, please think, what do you think is the best move according to the computer? I find it very funny because I think it will never happen on the board, but we will see because black made some move. Okay, but we will check king takes f7 first. Now rook takes d5. Black is a piece up,
No, I
but
think f7 is most likely very bad, but because I think after rook d5, queen d5, there will be problems also with the white squares. I think I can follow it up with bishop c4. I don't know where you go. King f8, you cannot even go because there is queen f5 check. Or no, I am piece down now. Okay,
yeah,
piece
white
down.
is a piece down, but the attack is enormous, and you win a piece
Of
back,
course.
and you will be a pawn up with bishop pair. So this is completely not playable for black. But I
But
thought,
probably there is even better. Bishop c4 is probably even better, but it's enough. If you go, where else can you go at all?
no, black is just losing a piece back. I mean, it's position like this,
And
and
I'm pawn up. I
yeah,
am pawn up. I
with the
have
bishop
two
pair.
bishops, and yeah, complete turnaround of the
But I
situation. So
thought that black will never find a move that happened in the game, and it's actually the only way for black to stay in the game and to have an equal position. And black found it, which I find amazing. She played knight d4. Come on, double exclamation mark. Now
wow,
deserved.
how long? How long did she spend on it? 17 minutes? Do I see it right?
Yeah, precious 17 minutes because or the game is crazy and they have only 30 minutes, so black lost 17 minutes, which is which is more time that she has now. So it was very precious 17 minutes, but very well invested because this is a wonderful move. The
So
idea is that
there's 2 points, yeah?
it
First,
solved the pressure on d5. That's very
yes.
important.
And also, like, I don't know, after bishop d4, you just take the rook, yeah?
Yeah. After bishop d4, you take the rook and black is winning. Because black will be a piece up, but this time there is no attack. Of course, it's playable for white. You can try to do something here, but objectively, I'm a piece up. I will return with the king, hopefully, and then I will win the game. Uh, White has a better move here, and it's actually the only move how to have an equal position again, but this time it's a logical move. It's the only other choice, just to take with the rook. Now, if black takes on c1, then it's bad because I take with the bishop. And now black has no piece advantage. For that, he needs to go bishop h2 and king takes f7 to have a piece up at least. But this position is lost due to f4,
Oh,
according to the computer. Yeah.
f4 is a wonderful move. You don't usually see the bishop being trapped like this, yeah? And g3 is absolutely not possible.
Well, g3 is actually possible because the knight is pinned,
Yeah,
but
the usual
f4 is
trap is
stronger.
g3, but g3 maybe, is it also possible or not?
Yeah, it's possible because the knight is pinned, but it's not that such a good move because I play something like this and it's a crazy position.
I see. It's double attack also.
f4 is much
After rook.
stronger. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not very. It's not easy to realize that you trap the bishop like that.
Yeah, it's not easy. I'm sorry, I got confused. There is bishop takes d4 move, and I thought it's already played. It would be a mistake, but it's not true. White is still thinking. Only 9 minutes left. Oh my, in such a crazy position. Well, she has to do it. Come on. Rook takes d4,
Rook takes
and it's on the
d4.
first board. Wonderful, wonderful fight. According to the computer, bishop takes e3 is the right move, which is actually quite logical. And now white is in trouble because
Actually, I wanted to ask rook takes c8 yet after knight d4 if it's not possible to include, but there's probably again knight takes e2 check. Or is it?
yeah. Now I was thinking that the rook takes c8 is not enough because I go rook takes and then there is a mating threat. But luckily for white, she can take on e3 and by playing that, open the f2 square for the king. Oh, that's crazy. And now, I don't know, but the computer thinks the position is equal.
Of course.
And the continuation is queen f8 and rook f4.
Wow.
But
Queen f8.
I will never say again that this will not happen on the board because black was able to find knight d4 move, which I find amazing. This is amazing.
And what is after knight takes f4? Just checks?
Okay, I go back.
Knight takes f4 is just knight h6 and knight f7 checks, yes?
Draw.
Draw. Well, black would be happy with that outcome, but white should also be happy with such a game.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, black rating is 1850, and she finds such a move. I mean, wonderful.
Okay, at some point you just see, you just see that this king f7 doesn't work, and you don't see another move, and you see that your opponent also doesn't have much time. So you just throw there something that you don't see immediate. Okay, she couldn't have calculated everything. She just could calculate that it's extremely messy, and she was right. Well done. And what did white play after this knight d4? Because I can see that it's black's clock ticking.
Yeah. I
So
just
we already have a move.
okay. I will go there, but I just point out that from my point of view, bishop takes e3 would be my first choice. But it's not that good as what black did. I don't know why we don't have so much time. So I go here, and white played rook
And
takes
white
c8. Yeah.
blundered, in fact.
But it's a blunder according to the
And
computer. But
that's bad because of the intermediate knight takes e2.
okay, the only move was rook takes d4, but it's a very difficult choice.
Of course, this game still can still like finish anyhow. But
But yeah, this is bad for white. Yeah, maybe I will be right after all. That this can be our biggest surprise of the day because this is the first
so king
board.
f1 white will play, I assume.
This is the first board girls 16 category we have on camera, and the position of
Yes.
white is bad because she has to go king f1. It will happen pretty soon, I think. But then I can simply take somehow on c8. It's not easy because my rook is hanging, so the most logical move is to take with the rook. And of course, you are going to take on d5 and play like this. But I'm a rook up. Come on. I'm a rook up. I have
You're a
to.
rook up, but there is still the trick knight h6.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Like, for instance, you cannot play now knight c3 because you would like to move away your knight with the tempo. But then again, this knight h6 checkmate, as we showed before. Uh, you're a rook up, but you're gonna lose then e2, aren't you? How do you now? How do you
I,
prevent? I see you can
I,
move the rook from the 8th rank Oh, king f8. Wow, I
Yeah,
haven't seen that. I thought you're gonna move the rook from the 8th rank so that you can then take on g8 with a queen.
yeah, it's also a possibility. For example, to play rook somewhere, but c7 I don't like. I don't like any of these moves. According to the computer, c7 is a good square and
Why
black
not
is winning.
c7? You're threatening rook takes f7?
Yeah, but I'm afraid of this one.
And if you do just king h8?
Yeah, this is possible, but somehow I like king
Enough
f8
king
more. I
e2,
don't know why. This is also possible. Yeah.
yeah, it's anything can still happen. We should probably move to some other game, even though this is a pity. But we'll
This is a
definitely take a
pity,
look at
Teresa.
how
This is
this
the
game has
best game
finished.
so far. But okay, we can move to other games we checked so far and then return back because, of course, I'm curious how our games developed. So far, Black is thinking in this crazy position, but
We
I need to highlight it again. This is a wonderful game from Black with her rating. This is wonderful because she played the opening very well. Then she got somehow confused after knight g5, but this move knight d4, it's wonderful. Okay, anyway, I move to the Vashik's game. Okay, do you have any other suggestion, Teresa?
I wanted to yet just give a quick update on the Alexander Ivanov game that we have looked before. I'll try to take a look at it because at that point we really liked the position for black. We felt like Alexander will have a lot of problems um, winning that game, but that game has taken a turn, and Alexander indeed is winning. I am looking for update also because our viewers have asked for it.
Okay,
So
okay. Please
just
send me the link, Teresa. I'm now in the game of Vashik.
I'll just send you the
I
link
will
to that
briefly
game.
comment on that because we talked about it a lot, and I'm curious
All right,
how
you
we
have it
can
there.
how we can improve the position and to win the game with a pawn up. And I really like what Vashik did, knight e2. It's nice. The knight's heading on f4, and we are trying to exchange pieces along the a file, along the c file. Yeah, yeah. And black tried some counterplay by playing g5, but it's bad. I think yeah. After all, I like white's approach e3, knight e2. I
I
like.
I think the problem here is that there is yet really a lot of pieces, and okay, white already is under black is already under some pressure because they're pawn down. They've missed this bishop takes c7. But also, what I noticed is that black already has only 5 minutes against Bashik's 15, which is a huge difference. And with so many pieces, it's so easy to go wrong. So g5, I think it's logical that black did that, but it's helping white definitely because it's just creating some weaknesses.
Yeah, and the thing is that white wanted to play knight e5 anyway, so why just to push him there? Maybe black wanted to stop knight f4, but for that purpose, g5 is pretty desperate. So, yeah, after all, you know, I I talked about the bishop on b2. I didn't like that maneuver, but it was a slow one, steady one, and with the e3 move and knight e2, Rashid got on the right track. So after all, maybe it was good all the time. Okay, now after knight e5, I don't think black is going to survive this. And okay, they are playing a slow game. Black has only 5 minutes left, and Vašík Kvíňek 13 minutes. And this is the current live position after knight f6. White is
I
trying.
actually really like, sorry, that black can do some g4 and try to exploit the f5 square. Or h5 eventually, at some point maybe. The g5, just fixing the weak g5 and trying not to allow any funny business of blacks, maybe some
Yeah,
desperate
g4 is a strong
h5 or
move.
something like that.
So we will see whether Vašík will find this one. Then I will check your link, because you sent me the link for the game we analyzed. Oh, it's Alexander Kuteniac. We were there. Oh, it was this position, drawish.
We finished after knight g4, and actually the next, we were praising black's game, and the next move was just a blunder. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. Okay, I will. No, but I have some problems with the design there. Sorry. I am back with the girls section. Okay, back on track. Where do we left the game? It was this position. Yeah,
We
knight
left it
g4.
after knight g4.
Knight c4, yeah. Okay, back on track. Now,
I guess
knight
he
c4.
wanted to prevent his bishop f8.
Yeah,
No,
because
that's not what
now,
happened. Just that he wanted to not allow it. So maybe that's why
yeah, but
bishop.
it can actually happen anyway, because after this, I go here and all of your pieces and pawns are hanging. So it can happen anyway, actually.
But it feels like black had something better than that.
Yeah, that's true.
Nevertheless, it happened. What happened is rook b5, and uh, it's kind of strange that this actually um, is a huge problem, because um, white moves the queen to c7, and suddenly not only rook d1 is threatening maybe some problems with the bishop, but also white threatens to trap the rook by going away with the knight.
Yeah, Black was playing a wonderful game, but sadly, he misplayed it here. I mean, rook b5 is illogical for many reasons. The rook is under attack. There, it allows white to go queen c7. Yeah, it was
Maybe
one
he
bad
wanted
move,
to
right?
go bishop f8 here.
Well, I can go bishop e8 if you don't like bishop f8, so I go bishop e8, yeah?
No, I meant that black probably went rook f5, rook b5, with the idea of after queen c7 that maybe here can do bishop f8, because he has um, defended the e5 pawn. Maybe the idea was simply to defend the e5 pawn.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree. But he could play bishop e8 instead. Rook b5 is a mistake due to queen c7, because now if you go bishop f8, you can of course play it. Then I move the knight somehow. I don't know, knight e3, and
Now, I think knight b6 is a problem, no? Because after knight b6, both the bishop and the rook are hanging. But maybe, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Like this.
I can try something like this, but according to the computer, now you have only winning move, Teresa. It's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, I can. Unfortunately, I saw, but I couldn't figure out because black was say the computer showed that queen b4 is winning for black.
What?
Because of queen b1. Okay,
No,
okay. Sorry. No, no,
when you
no.
play like this, then white has bishop f1. That's good.
And I cannot do some on f2 any funny stuff like queen c2.
You can threaten the pawn like this. Now, according to the computer, the only winning move is rook d4, which this one is a little bit difficult.
Because after e takes,
Yeah, there is no attack.
knight d7 is with attacking the queen, so d3 is not possible. But e takes, knight d7, queen c1, bishop f1. It's not that simple, or is it?
Yeah. No. That's not as simple. That's why I think instead of knight b6, knight e3 is much better because not only I'm attacking the rook and I want to go knight f5, maybe somehow I'm also attacking the knight and just all black pieces are hanging.
But the knight is defended. But
I know.
rook is
I know.
stuck. Rook is trapped.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah. And if you take on b4 now, then you have no
Yeah.
counterplay with queen
And the
c5.
bishop
You
is.
have to take and then I take. And of course, it will take a long time to win this in game because, uh, yeah, I mean, this is not going to be a short game because you take another pawn and you have two pawns. So yeah, it will take some time, but the position is winning.
But I think you don't have the white squared bishop, so I think
Yeah.
this is going to be a problem for black.
Okay, what happened in the game was queen e6, but it didn't solve the problem. Yeah, it was a very nice position for black, but as you can see in chess, one tiny mistake, this move rook b5, and everything's falling apart. Now rook d2, winning an exchange, at least an exchange, because also white has a very nice position strategically. Now there is no pressure against the b4 pawn, or not as strong as before, and black pieces they are a little bit scattered all around the board with no cooperation. Knight e1, a very strong move. We suggested it earlier, and Tereza, he is going with your plan, but yeah, in a hopeless position already.
Maybe he should have done it instead of rook b5.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Now it's just a matter of technique.
Couldn't have been
Sometimes,
worse.
sometimes they say that two bishops can be equally strong as knight and a rook in an open position, and actually that's true, especially when you have a pawn, for example. Then it can be a very nice compensation. But it's not this case because black king is weak, this pawn is hanging, and black bishops they have
Here
no
it feels
future.
like only black's position is open.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. Yeah, this is just a massacre. Everything's falling apart, and black resigned. So finally, Alexander won his game. He was a rating favorite. He praised the play of black because the position was around equal, but black made a mistake shortly after we left this game. Okay. I will get back to the girls, okay? Because
Yes,
they
I'm
have big
looking at
time
it already.
pressure,
I was so curious.
and we have this game on the
And
camera.
amazingly, we do have what we had on the board. And
Really?
black, Andrea Stankovic liked your king f8.
No way! This is amazing. King f8, double exclamation mark.
I
Great.
hope that the game I hope that the game will not end in a repetition after king f8. queen f5, king g8, queen d5. That would be a real pity, but one can understand that black could do that because black has only 1 minute, and of course she's playing against a higher rated opponent, but she's played it amazingly so far. So
Yeah, that's a very
she
good
should
comment,
push for
Teresa.
more.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
a very
she's
good
just trying
comment.
to
Yeah.
gain some time on the clock.
Mhm. That's a very good comment.
And
I can
also the
really.
question is if maybe White
Yeah.
will not try to. White can also feel like she is higher rated. She has to win, and okay, she has this nice battery, queen e6, queen on the a to g8 diagonal, and the knight. So we see the evaluation, but the girls don't. So it's possible that she will feel like she has to win the game.
Yeah, I mean, there are security checks, and I mean, this is the candidate for security checks for both girls because this is a wonderful game. Uh, your comment was very good, Teresa. I think we may see a repetition of moves, and I hope that the trainer of Andrea Stankovic and her parents are not fixed on this evaluation bar because it shows that Black's position is winning, but from humans' perspective, this is just crazy. And yeah, we may see the repetition because according to the computer, the right move here is strange. Knight d4. Again, the second time today. The idea is wonderful because after bishop takes, you can play rook c1 and then queen c8, the only winning move.
Queen c8.
Yeah,
I
we
thought
need
you can
to.
play queen e8 and take on f7.
No, but there is discovered check. Okay, we want to activate the queen, of course. But if I go queen e8, then there is discovered
Ah,
check.
right. Yes, yes. I didn't realize there is just discovered check. Yes.
And if you take the bishop, I'm going to play queen c4. And now it's a bad situation because you would like
Now
to
I
keep this knight alive, but you can't do it. If you go king d2, which is the only way to keep that knight alive, there is mate in 2 by playing queen
there's rook
e2.
c2.
So knight d4 was a way to go, but black played king g8, and I don't blame her because from a human's perspective, this is the most logical move. And as you suggested, Teresa, white is pushing. She didn't play queen d5, she played queen
Oh, I'm not
e6.
sure. It's also maybe none of the players are thinking about rook c7 because discover check is so scary and you don't want to fall under that. But maybe I felt like maybe this is the safer way to go.
Yeah, and
Can I still do
it's
that
a very
after
sad
queen e6,
because
rook c7?
oh, black. It's a
Oh, she
question mark.
blundered.
No, but actually, it's a good move. I mean, it's a question mark according to the computer, but it shows that white has to play knight g5 now. Oh, it happened. Oh my, it happened.
But knight g5 is probably not that challenging to find. But kudos to Black that she decided not to repeat the moves.
Yeah.
Heads
Yeah.
down, like
Yeah.
this is great, and I really cheer for her now. Even though I also feel I don't like when the favorites lose in the first round. That's
Yeah,
very
I mean, after
painful.
knight g5, the tables are turning, Teresa. I don't think black will handle this. I think she should have repeated moves. I mean, it depends on the point of view. If you take it from the points perspective, I mean, it was a good decision to repeat. I mean, she probably didn't see knight d4, which is a crazy move. So then what to do, right? After king e7, knight g5, it's already very dangerous for black. It can be seen immediately. White is a rook down, I know, but the knight's hanging, bishop's hanging, king is in the air, queen e6 is coming. Oh, I don't think black is playing this for a win.
Well, but black still has a rook up.
Yeah, yeah.
And
But
if you
let's say,
manage,
I take.
I can manage. My hope is that I'll exchange. But I have pawn. I'm pawn down as black. So if I exchange the bishops and, in the worst case, give up the rook, that's not enough. But there are
Yeah,
no mates yet. I can still. My goal is to exchange the bishops, and like after king takes e2, because okay, you should after all take some material back, no? So you have to play king takes e2 now, or what?
yeah, I
If
already
you
did
play
that.
rook
I don't
f7,
know. Uh,
if you play knight f7, I can take and take on e3, and I am piece up, aren't I? I'm not sure if I manage to keep it.
yeah, so this is
And
the
I feel
live
like white
position.
should take on e2, but
Yeah. I
if they
expect
do, I
king
can
takes
take on
e2.
e3.
Yeah, I expect that. Yeah. If you don't mind, we will stay here because it's a very interesting game and white has only 4 minutes, so I think we can stay here. I'm very curious how this will end. Yeah,
Yes, I think this game should. It won't take too long. I will maybe just look myself if there are any results to let you
mhm,
know that some games have finished.
okay.
But we will keep this board on. Just a quick update that Alexander uh, Kotaniac did indeed win this game after his opponent blundered the rook, so that game's finished.
Yeah, I think white should take the knight, but the reason why she didn't do it yet is that she don't like it so much because it gives black time to consolidate his position, her position. For example, queen c7 is coming or something like this, and the king is also dangerously placed on e2. So she doesn't like it that much. The move king takes e2. That's why she's thinking, how can I make knight e6 work? I would like to put both my pieces on e6, but that's against the rules. So she is thinking about some queen move somehow, somewhere, but not working. As you said, Tereza, after knight f7, I just take, and I take on e3, and yeah, I don't think white is playing for a win. It should be okay for black at least. It's also somehow okay for white because I can start picking up pawns, but I don't think this is a winning attempt. In the game, oh, white played knight f7. Oh my, at least it seems so.
And knight f7
Yeah,
was played.
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
So I guess I have to take now.
yeah. Somehow she didn't like king takes c2. Yeah, as I said. Yeah,
And she played king c7.
no way. She played king c7. Oh my.
Wait, but after knight f7, king c7 happened. And now king takes e2.
Yeah.
There might be some queen e7 and knight e5 things.
Yeah, you remember, Teresa, I told you after knight g5 that the tables are turning, yeah? I can feel that.
Yes, I think I'm winning the queen there. I think after king takes, yes, and I think after king e2, bishop e3, queen e7, king c6, knight e5, there, king d5 maybe you can go. So I don't know how. Okay, this computer may show that this is winning, but this is not trivial at all to win still.
Yes,
I
yes.
assume king takes e2 will happen. Now, since bishop f4 is a threat, and you cannot move anywhere the bishop, you have to take on e3.
Yeah, okay. So this
It
is the
doesn't
live
look that
position.
bad.
No, sorry. The live position is after king c7, and we are waiting for king takes e2.
So what after? Yes, bishop e3. Now I thought first knight e5 wins the game because queen b5, king b5 is queen d7, and after king a6 is b5, king a5, knight c6, and I give a fork to king and queen. But after knight e5, you can go king d5, and I have no idea what's happening because you can do knight d7. Knight d7 you cannot do because f2 is hanging. Maybe yes, f2 is hanging. So here black is winning again.
Yeah.
This is in
Black
fact
also
a
has some
losing
chances.
move,
Yeah.
knight e5.
Yeah.
It's not really that simple. It's just after king takes e2, bishop takes e3, you just have to take on e3 and claim that your attack is too strong.
Yeah, don't worry, Teresa. King takes e2 did not happen. For an Armin, it's probably a too difficult move because it's a call move in a very complex situation. And instead, she gave the check on e7, but then she took on e2. Why in that position? Oh, black is winning again. Oh my. Oh my. Black is winning.
I can play queen e8.
Yes.
Oh wait, b5. No, b5 is just, where do I go after b5? Wait, king d5 again? I think so.
This is funny. I mean, this is just funny position. I like it so
Put it
much.
there, queen e8. And after b5, I go king d5, right? Because after king takes b5, there is queen b4.
Amazing king. But
And
we have
here black is
yeah.
just winning, waltzing with his king in the middle of the board with queens on and some pieces.
Okay. We have another move. Oh, queen e8 happened. Black is taking the initiative again.
Wow.
And White is thinking, and she is probably cursing herself. I just mentioned one very important thing. Why king takes e2 immediately is much better because now queen e8 is of course not possible because bishop takes f4 is a with check, and this is a very important check because this position is of course winning for white. Instead, she took it here and allowed wonderful defense. Again, wonderful move by black. And now she played your move,
But
Teresa. B5. Come on. King D5. Come on.
no, you have to play king b5. I don't believe that after such great move, she's gonna play king b. Maybe But is it lost after king b5, king takes b5? It's still winning.
I don't know, but king d5 happened, Tereza. This is just a game of the tournament. King is
they're
attacking.
on 30 seconds here.
King is on march. Oh, this is so dramatic. But she is going to fight, I think. Queen b7.
You know, after king b5, there was...
Yeah, happened.
Queen b7, king c4, and I'm claiming that I'm just, you know, completely fine. The knight is actually trapped.
Yeah, yeah.
The knight is trapped on f7.
Yeah. King c4. Come on, Andrea. Come on. You can do this.
Well, you don't have any other move, do you?
Yeah, that's true. King e6 also. But that's a bad one.
Well,
King c4 happened. Yay.
king c4, and you're winning the knight on f7.
This is like a thriller. King is marching forward.
No, but after knight takes f7, I really thought that white is about to, black is about to collapse, because she's had such a nice position, and for no reason it just got sharp, and it felt like maybe white is um, white is doing better, but she's fought. She decided not to repeat moves, and deservedly got a winning position. But
Yeah, but the game is not over yet, Tereza. The game is
exactly,
not
she
over.
still has to win this game.
Do you know what is the best move according to the computer? King b3.
This I don't think is gonna happen. I would take on e3, to be honest. I cannot take on e3. I cannot take on e3. There is 96.
She took on f7, which is actually a bad move because now white has some initiative.
Well, I was afraid of queen a4. That's why I
Yeah.
wanted to take on e3, but that would be a worse move even. But still, okay, queen king d5. You may have initiative, but I have a rook.
Yeah, according to the computer, rook takes f7 was a blunder, but totally understandable because king b3 was an inhuman move. Now this is
You're
forced.
winning the bishop back after queen d4 and bishop takes. You have to go to e6.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I take on f4.
Yeah.
All
We
right.
thought this is going to be a short game, Tereza, but we were mistaken.
This is so not over.
White is going to fight, I think. Unbelievable. So the king went to c4 and then it went back because it was forced to.
But there is queen takes b5 with a check.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Narmin is thinking, because she does not want to allow that. But the alternative, queen takes b6, is not possible due to bishop
But
d6.
finding king b3 in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I will put it there. I mean, king b3 is so nice. It's like an artistic choice.
Exactly.
David Navarra would like this. He had an amazing game where, with white king, he went to the 8th rank of his
And the players
opponent.
must be exhausted.
So I think if David Navarra is watching, he will like king b3 very
Very
much.
beautiful. You just have a trapped knight, and good luck. Basically, black only has a queen, because no, Navarra would probably play this in 10 seconds.
Okay, let's let him
I
to the
think this
game.
is a David kind of move. Yes.
Another blunder. Black played king f5 with a
She did
check,
not
but
take
apparently
on
it's not a good move.
b5.
Yeah,
That's a pity.
and it's not a surprise for me because I think it was enough with the king activity. We need to stabilize the position somehow. And I think taking on b5 with a check was a better choice. So what do you think, Teresa? Who is going to win?
I think now this game. I think this game is gonna continue unless there is something concrete. This may just
I
continue.
don't know.
And to update you, Vasek Finek has won a game,
Okay,
so
we
he's
will go
won the
there
first.
because yeah, because
I would look at I would look very quickly at the game because we have so many games going on,
yeah.
and this one has already finished. But let's look quickly how he managed to um, outplay his opponent.
Yeah, he didn't find G4, which was a wonderful move. He played it like a human, but it was enough. Yeah, this is completely winning already, I think. I turned off the computer, but it seems like a nice, calm approach to the position. Stepping out of the pin, attacking the knight. Yeah, F4. Yeah, this is very nice. Also, D5 is weak, just to remind you, and this is terrible. Black tried his last chance, sacrificing something, but of course it's lost. And Vashik, oh, he is not afraid of anything. I mean, this is a very nice tactics. Of course, he could do anything else. I mean, like even anything because he is a piece up. But this is a nice little combination. After queen takes b2, knight e7, he is winning uh, completely, and he took the bishop on c6. So piece up. Yeah, black resigned. So it was a very nice win by the top seed of under 14 category. And I go back to the girls because after king f3, we had the best move in the position, queen a8. Oh, come on. Nice. And now, queen e4.
So we're gonna get to endgame. This endgame should end in a draw.
Yeah, it will be a very long in game. And now black is happy that he has an active king. Somehow I think white shouldn't exchange queens. I think it was better to move the queens somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe she was afraid of something like rook f6 and rook g6. But
It's
it would
it's
be
very
principled.
possible, but come on, after such a game, you just
I think both of them were happy to exchange queens, right?
yeah. But imagine you're supposed to play with the queens on 30 seconds
Yeah.
for another 20, 30 moves, and the king's position is wide open. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, but we can keep this tab open because after all, it's gonna be a long game. I agree. And also, I agree with the evaluation. The
It's
most probable result is a draw here because black is an exchange up, but white has 2 pawns as a compensation. Yeah, black responded by playing rook b7, which looks ugly, but at least it protects all the pawns, and maybe even black king can go to the queen's side and take everything. I don't know, but it's gonna be a long game, so we return to other games we followed today. Dinara, Dinara from Azerbaijan, Dinara Huseinova won. Joachim Němec, our guy, is still playing. In the meantime, Teresa, we have one request. Vugar Bashirov kindly asked us to show the board number 27 in girls 14 category. Bashirli Sadat versus Thornton Haley. We have that in the chat
we haven't
uh, on,
looked at that.
on WhatsApp. So maybe you can find it and send me a link. In the meantime,
I
I
will
will
take
check
a look.
I will check the game of Joachim. We don't have time to go through the whole game. We left it in an equal position, and we have equal position still on the board. Very interesting in game ahead of us. Joachim is an exchange up. That's good. But on the other hand, white has 2 pawns, and Maybe if I can pick sides, maybe even I would pick white. I don't know. Because when you take my pawn here on h4, we get into this position where I have bishop c8, and this is very annoying. I think black will hold this without too much problems, but of course, white's not gonna lose it anytime soon. And if you don't take, I play h5, and yeah. Sadly for Czech fans, this is not going to be easy, and it doesn't seem like Joachim will win this game. But as we said before, the rating of white can easily be underestimated, and it was clear right from the start that this is not going to be an easy game. And here, yeah, the game of Jan Klimkovsky already finished, and this one we have a4, king b5. The king is approaching the queen side. Oh my, white is trying to get some counterplay on the king side, but I don't know. This is good. Oh, bishop d2. Wow, that's a nice point. That's a nice point. Saving the day, because white really needs to exchange some these pawns on the queen side, because otherwise it would be bad. So this is a nice point. And now the bishop can go back. And finally we may see a repetition. I don't know, but these girls, they have huge fighting spirit, so it may continue for a while. But yeah, just to be honest, I don't like this move f4. I can understand that white wanted to gain some counterplay, but yeah, this is not a good way, because it weakens the position of a white bishop, and actually the pawn goes nowhere yet. Okay. Okay, so yeah, bishop e3 happened now. And yeah, black can play it for a win somehow, but I don't know. Tereza, did you find the game they requested in chat? Yeah.
I don't think I'll manage to put the king on c7 and play rook a7. I don't think I have time for that.
So we check the game between Sarah Bashirli, another girl from Azerbaijan, against Hailey Thornton. White was a slight favorite. This is the girl under 14 category. So let's go. Oh, and we have this gambit. So it's sharp right from the start. I don't remember the name of this opening. Tereza, maybe you will help me. But anyway, it's well known gambit. And also,
sorry, I'm looking for new games to look at.
Okay, no problem. And yeah, somehow I do recall that this move is possible, but I think something like e3 and knight f3 is the main variation. I know it blocks the bishop, but white is a pawn up, and the main task for white now is to consolidate its forces. The queen often returns to d1, where it protects the c2 square. Yeah, it's a long theory, but yeah, I don't remember it exactly. Bishop g5 is also possible, returning the queen. Rook d1, also a good move. Yeah, and black goes into the in-game, which I don't like. I think castling here is possible, because when you take on f6, which looks good, this one is not easy at all. It may be even some theory, I don't know. But black has enormous pressure here. Like this. I don't know. We need to check that with the database. But one thing is certain, black is not happy to exchange queens. So we should look for some stronger approach, because in this position, white is very happy that queens and these rooks disappeared. Now it's already slightly better for white. Yeah, this is good. I think generally it's good to try to play h6 and ask why. Where do you put the bishop? Because if you take on f6, then I'm happy, I have a bishop pair. If you go to f4, then I'm happy because I can move my bishop. And if you go to the h4, then the bishop is a little bit misplaced. I can continue by playing g5 or short castle. So h6 is a little move to consider, better than to play bishop a5, I think, because now black's pawn structure is ruined. Yeah, but a good game from white so far, I think. The opening was a little bit shaky because she said that she doesn't know the theory here, I think, so well. So it was a little bit shaky, but black allowed the queen's exchange, and so far bishop takes f6 is a very strong move, and so far it's a good game. Developing the pieces, and now calmly increasing her advantage. Knight a4, nice little move, and knight c5. Knight a6, this is a well-known trick because the knight's hanging. Bishop d6 coming back, winning another pawn. g4, knight d4, rook c3. Yeah, this is nice. Knight c4, yeah, bishop e4. Yeah, this is very nice. Yeah, now we are struggling a little bit to find a good plan, but luckily black allowed us knight a5 and black resigned. Yeah, this was a fight between two different weight categories, I would say. White is a much stronger player than black, at least in this game, and it proved very quickly. The critical point is somewhere around here, but it's not in my head. I don't know the theory here. It's in the books. It's in the books because the gambit generally is good. It's played by strong players. So now there should be some way for black to gain full-fledged counterplay. Maybe starting with h6. I don't know. Maybe, yeah. But in the game, she didn't gain any counterplay. She was a pawn down, and then she lost another one. Okay, Tereza, what you found?
I have found one of the games that is still in play. Looks like it's gonna develop. I think okay, it's clear what the position is, and the game is of Christoph Kolimar with the black pieces as the favorite against Vuk Kanatsky. It's played on board 22 in the under 16 category, open category. And I thought we can take a look because the rest of the games looked fairly decided to my eyes.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
we
no
would find
problem.
there's some games, but this one caught my eye as first, and I think it can be interesting to see how Black is gonna manage to break through because he clearly has an advantage, but they also have just time pressure. Black does have almost 2 minutes, but White is on 30 seconds, so the game is gonna develop very quickly.
Okay, just
And
quick update about the end game between Narmin and Andrea. I still don't know who is playing for the win. Like I didn't know that for most of the game. So that's pretty funny. But now I think I will check your link.
I think they're just playing. Yeah, they're just playing until the game is finished, and it's most likely gonna be a draw. I don't see how Black is gonna lose that, and I also don't see how Black is gonna win that.
Oh,
But of course,
sorry,
after
my
such
mistake
a crazy game, you
again.
can also just completely blunder something. We may assume, but they're playing already for 4 hours, and I think last 20 moves they're playing on 30 seconds. So I wouldn't blame anyone if they did some horrible mistake. I hope it's not going to happen, and I hope the game is going to end up peacefully. And I think Black played a great game, showed a lot of courage, but also White did not give up at any point. So I think draw would be fair result.
Oh,
And here
Tereza,
we have tactics already appearing on the
you found
board.
a wonderful game because it was a very interesting position. Black was pressuring. I mean, he was a rating favorite and he was pressuring, but his opponent put a great fight. But yeah, Black had an advantage here, but he had problems to get into White's position. But you found a very nice game because now it got complicated immediately, and it ended, of course, after many mistakes, and they are understandable because our players are on 30 seconds in a very complicated position. But finally, the rating favorite prevailed because he found a nice combination by g takes h3. White was under pressure, so these mistakes are pretty understandable. After rook takes h3, rook takes g2, and White resigned. He overlooked this possibility because now the queen gets into play, and this is pretty hopeless. Yeah, I mean, this is the game over. Black has many ways to victory, like I don't know, knight c4, for example. So White didn't want to see that, and he resigned. So yeah,
So I
thank you,
thought we're
Tereza.
gonna have some time now with that game, and it immediately finished.
Yeah, it immediately finished. So I can go back to our end game between.
That's nice.
Uh,
Actually, I found an interesting rook end game, which
okay,
I
thank
wouldn't
you.
want to play with
I will go there. Yeah, but first I check
with 30
our
seconds for
beautiful
sure.
game.
So
Yeah,
of course, yes, I'll try to find out just uh, which board is it in which category, because we
I
don't
don't
see it
know who is
divided.
playing for
So,
a win. This is crazy
but
game. I mean,
no
it took
problem.
like 55 moves already, and it changed so many times. Oh, g5. Well, that's a risky solution, but okay, probably it works. I would rather play something like this, but yeah, White was afraid of this possibility. I know. So
They're
g5.
confusing me here because the I think I found another siblings in the category.
Okay, I go to another game. We have like 600 games there. We can manage.
Ah, it's actually board number 5 in the under 12 category.
Under 12, you say, right? Very interesting rook in game, but I think Black will win this, no?
This is under 12 category, and actually, white player Anna Hanyal, I'm not sure how it's
Uh-huh.
being pronounced, but she seems to have an older sister in the under 14th category.
And she's a rating favorite here. And her rating 1853. It's good for girls
And
under
let's
12, right?
I'm sorry, I'm having some probably internet issues because I cannot hear you very well. So I'll just, I'm unable to answer if you asked me anything right now.
Okay,
Hopefully
okay.
it will soon
No. I
get
think
back.
we are approaching the end of our commentary anyway. The games are finishing. We will check the last games remaining. But as you can see, we are already move 60, and the games are finishing. It was a long day of chess, but I really want to see how the first board, girls under 16, will end. So we will get to that. But first, this game still running. The rook in the game, 2 pawns up for black. White is rating favorite, but she has big problems here, and I think the position is lost objectively. She couldn't go to rook takes e3 somewhere a few moves ago because the pawn in game would be lost. So now I don't know. I don't know what she's planning, but the position is lost. Oh, she's planning to check the king, check the king, but the king is going to c3.
I
And
think with such a time, sorry, I'm back. I think uh, no matter what the computer is showing, it's extremely hard to play a worse endgame with 30 seconds. I think you must get lucky in order to save it, and especially those are girls in the under 12 category. So it's even harder than that.
yeah, but black can build a bridge, and that's something she should know already.
Yes.
Because after rook d8, king c3, king takes c3, king c2, we build something like a bridge, and the position's winning for black. So that's
I think we will see that in the game.
yeah. Because there is no other way. I mean, the king will not go back. That's stupid, and there is no other height. So this is forced, nice, and winning. So good combination. But you are right that this endgame is difficult, especially after such a long fight. It is gonna be difficult. So
I was rather yet talking before about it was showing at some point that the end game is drawn, but I think even strong grandmasters could have problems on the 30 seconds, making a draw with 2 pawns down.
yeah. Even winning this position is not that easy, as I was trying to suggest. It's winning, of course, but some skills in rook in games are still needed. For example, now the rook is badly placed, so we need to do something with the rook. So we move it. Uh, I hope black will find the correct solution. It's possible to move it to c3, but after rook d2, it's not that clear. So I think it's even better to move it just away and wait for white, because now she needs to decide. If she goes rook c8, then I go rook c3 and I'm okay. And if she goes rook d2, then I go king c3 and I'm okay. So I think even rook h3 is somehow more logical. But of course, rook c3 happened. It's the human move, and it's also okay because after rook d2, you can play king b1 and win anyway. So I think it will happen. Oh, no. King b3. Oh, my. So this is gonna be an interesting game, I think. We will get to that. I need to know how this fight ended because this is the first board, girls under 16 category, and we left the game in an equal in game, at least according to the computer. And the girls are repeating moves, and the girls are repeating moves. And yeah, finally we miss may see an end to this wonderful fight, and it really seems like it ended in a draw, or it will end in a draw pretty
I
soon. I
think
don't
a
know.
fair draw. Congratulations to both of the players, even though White will probably be upset because she was the favorite. But I don't think um, Black. Black played a great game, so I don't think she should be too upset. She also didn't play badly, so it's a slower start, but it doesn't mean that you cannot play a good tournament at all.
Yeah. Great fight. Great fight. So yeah, I go back to this in game, but yeah, it's gonna be very.
Actually, let me stop you
Mm-hmm.
because it seems like we will have good news for the Czech fans,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
or we have. Joachim has a good chance now to get some decisive advantage according to
Okay. Let's go there.
what the
Bishop
computer
e6.
shows. Of
So
course,
Joachim.
they're again playing both on 30 seconds, so it is not easy, but seems like White is
Okay.
somehow
Mhm.
winning. Black is somehow winning. I'm not sure what is there after King c4.
Okay. Joachim is playing for a win, logically, because he is a rating favorite and he is an exchange up. But White has 2 pawns, and the game should be objectively drawn. Uh-huh. Somehow he
After
White
King
got
c4,
confused.
maybe I want to play Rook h1.
White got confused and he lost a pawn on h5. And king c3 is passive, and the computer is showing that now it's winning for black. Honestly, Tereza, I also don't know where is the difference. I don't know. But
Rook
I can
h1.
understand that
But
this is very weak.
what is after Bishop a4? Ah, Rook c1 and King d5.
Yeah. But
So
rook
Rook
h1 is
h1.
coming, I hope. I hope.
Oh no, King e3. But now Bishop a4. No,
What happened?
he played King e3. But I think
Hmm.
now Bishop a4 is, isn't it making a draw?
I don't know, Teresa. This is very difficult in game. For some reason, computer shows a4 like the only drawing move. I don't know why. I just show to the spectators a very nice mating net that Joachim was able to find. this is this is a mating net. Anyway, bishop a4 happened. It's your move, Teresa, and somehow it's not working. But yeah.
But now he gave a check, and after King b3, Rook h6. But now White does King c4 again. How do I proceed? Or after King c4, I just make some move.
Yeah, after king c4, you return to the plan with king e4. King
I
e3 was a
didn't get
mistake,
the
and
king
then you
on
back
d5.
get
I
back
see.
on track.
And if bishop b3, then I do this Rook h1 now. Because I have to do Rook c1 and King d5.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
do believe that Joachim will find that. Because he realized that this is not going anywhere. He doesn't want to repeat moves. So this is the only way. And after King e4, Bishop c2, he just goes to e5. And Rook h4 is a threat.
Yeah, probably. Okay, Teresa, we also have some fighting spirit, right? It's move 70, and we are still commenting. But our job is a little bit easier than Joachim's job. He must be in a big stress now.
To be honest, he's playing a two-result game.
Yeah,
So
but
he
the
may.
draw is not a result for him. Draw is not acceptable.
Yes, I know, but still, it's in a way I like torturing my opponents. You know, so um, of course, if I don't win, then I'm upset. But the process of nurturing the advantage that I have, I do enjoy. And he actually didn't play Rook H1. Well, this is a pity. He played King E5. And is it possible that after A4 now again Black is not going to be winning? Or no, or yes, I'm not sure. Because now after King C3, you already cannot go to D5, which is a problem.
Yeah,
But A4
I
is a
mean,
move that you don't want to play with white. I mean,
no,
I would be
this is
scared.
beyond me. I mean, this in game is very difficult, and we would need like many hours to analyze that. And yeah, I mean, uh, with computers, I often meet people who say like, "Oh, this is a blunder," and they made many blunders, and it was a bad game. But you need to understand chess a little bit to understand what is an unforced mistake and what is so difficult that human can't understand that, and just computer is showing something, and that is just this case. I mean, you need many hours to understand. This is some kind of a study. There will be some zugzwang and mutual zugzwang
Yes,
and so on.
yes.
No way how we can understand that in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. I think Black will eventually play this Rook H1 with a Rook C1 because there is simply no other way um, to win that game, and he wants to win that game. And it's so hard for white to play A4 because you want to have the first of all the bishop on B3 is suddenly somehow hanging in the air. Secondly, you want to have the option of playing bishop A4, and thirdly, you're kind of afraid that you might lose that pawn on A. And if you lose that pawn on A, then you're just lost. So psychologically, it's very hard to actually make the move A4.
Yeah, totally agree with you. I think it's easier for black to find rook h1 and rook c1 than to find a4 with white. And it's easier for
Definitely.
black, but still, he didn't manage. And honestly, I don't know why, because rook h1 seems such a logical move. I don't know why Joachim is not believing in rook e1 and he played something random. King f6. He didn't see a way to win. After rook h1, there was some line that bothered him, and he didn't know what to do next, so he didn't play at all. But rook h1 is such a logical move. He overlooked something, maybe, and it's just my guess. I think Tereza he overlooked that he can play king d5 here because
Maybe.
otherwise it's bad because c6 is hanging, but king d5 is possible, and it was not possible one move ago because the bishop was protecting d5. So I think somehow he overlooked king d5 or the possibility to play king d4 here because now it's winning a pawn, and I don't know where is the problem. It can also be something like this, but no, this is too slow. The pawn is too slow. So I think it was somewhere around king d5, and that was the reason that he missed this move and why he didn't play it all. But of course, king f6 looks stupid, and it's a mistake. But he didn't want to play it. He just
Yeah, this is.
didn't see any other way to win the game. He wanted to move the king somewhere here and then to start winning the position again from scratch. But white was able to push the king to b6. So,
Yeah, now you can start thinking about playing also A4, A5.
you mean start thinking to win for white or what?
No, no, no. But you're not gonna win that for white. But I don't think that black is gonna create. anything already. And we do have actually our last game in the girls section. And in the open section, we have last 4 games, and only one of them seems to be so far in favor of one of the players. So let me send you a link so that we can take a look at that game while it's still happening, and then we can look at the equal games that will probably last a bit longer.
Okay, okay, okay. I go there. Trying to.
But this game it's gonna finish very, very quickly. Black Black has
Don't
just
worry.
blundered.
I am there. I am there. I am there. Yeah, yeah. You are right. Black. Black will miss a piece, I think. But it's not the end of the day. Black has some small chances, don't you think?
Well, I will collect those 2 pawns, and then I'll collect the c6 pawn. I don't see how you at all create any counterplay as black.
Yeah, it's bad.
This is a
It's
pity
bad.
because 2 moves ago the position was apparently just equal.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
yeah. He exchanged rooks, and that was not a good idea.
yes, we can see that the players are clearly just extremely tired already. They're playing on
Mm.
30 seconds because this is not something that they would normally miss. This is a 2000 player. Uh, so this is not a beginner. He sees e6, e7, but this is just 76th move and 4.5 hours of play, and who knows for how long they've been playing for on 30 seconds. So players are just tired, and such blunders may occur. So even though all of the games that are left are shown as equal, we may see uh, way more results than that than this one.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think
I mean, the pawn is marching forward, but Black could have some counterplay by d4 or first king b7. The game is equal according to the computer, but yeah, anything can happen. And after rook exchange, the pawn is marching, and there is no way how to stop the pawn. Yeah, maybe Black was hoping to get some counterplay like this, but there is nothing. I mean, White can even play king c2 calmly and then king d2 and pick up all the pawns.
I'm very curious the game of how the queen end game is gonna end, because we have a queen end game there with an extra pawn, and the eval bar is showing this is a draw, but go
Yeah,
make it draw
usually,
here.
usually then the stronger side wins. But
And
I
the
have one
stronger
suggestion,
side.
okay? Tereza, we will comment on Joachim's game and then it will be a wrap up for today, okay?
All right.
Uh, I'm curious whether this position is somehow winnable or not. Do you see any plan for black or is just a draw?
Well, king d4 and rook h1 was my plan. Uh, okay, you're not gonna get to the pawn from the other side. I think there is just no way. You have to go from the central squares.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. This king march, it was an attempt, but not a good one. Yeah, I agree. Something must have bothered Joachim in these variations with king d4. So that's the reason why he tried to go king a7. But yeah, I also don't see any way how the king can go forward. I mean, you can push one square, but then I will give you check and you need to go back. So yeah, that's That's it. Yeah, but okay, after all, you were right, Tereza. You sent me another link for the Queens in game. We will check
The
that and
Queens
then we
game
will.
is heating
Yeah.
up, and there is also our last girls game is
Okay, okay. And then
also getting interesting.
we will declare Joachim's game to be a draw.
So I did send you the link for the Queens Endgame.
Uh-huh.
You should have it in the link. And I'm
Yeah, I mean
curious.
this is typical position where computer will show many mistakes for both sides, but in the end the side with a pawn will win.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
actually, we might see a nice finish in the girls game.
But the thing is that white is actually a rating underdog. Girl from Portugal, I think, against a rating favorite, and this will be a big upset
Ah,
for
she's
black, I think.
right. Right. I mean, he's right. I didn't realize that White is the underdog in this match.
Yeah.
Well, this must be extremely pleasant to play. You know, you cannot lose, and uh, you know already that your game is gonna end up in a good result against a strong opponent.
Yeah, that's true. But it's also gonna be a very long game, I think, because it's not easy to win this position. It will take like 150 moves or something, and then finally, I think white will win because this was very difficult to hold. It's almost impossible to hold because there are limited possibilities um, of checks. The right plan for white is somehow to centralize the queen because the queen needs to be on a good square, and then to go somewhere with the king so you can move. I mean, you can use the position of black's king, and then you can, after the check, you can move the queen there and win the game with a queen's exchange. So you need to use this position of this king. When I was young, there was a famous book on Endgames here in the Czech Republic, Šachové koncovky v praxi. And then our grandmaster, Luděk Pachman, he wrote that in this position with the b pawn, you need to be on h2 or h1 with the king of black, so that there are no possibilities of queen's exchange. But anyway, it's possible to go there, but it's still practically lost. With the king on h5, you can see the point I was talking about. For example, now white wants to go king a6, and it's not possible to check the king anywhere. If you move the queen, I don't know, like this, then there is check on a8. That would be good.
So
But
here you go to a7 first.
yeah, I go to a7. And if you go here, I go here, and still no checks. But it's difficult. You go queen d6, and we will jump around for many hours. Then maybe queen e4, as I told you, the queen is best placed in a center. But still, it's a long run. I go like this, you check me, I go like this, and then I go around the pawn, and somewhere after 20 moves, I'm able to push the pawn. The point was that if you go something like this, you can't give me check along the fifth rank because I go queen d5, and that's the whole point. So I need to move around these squares, and yeah, it's a very difficult in game. But it's more difficult to play with black than to play it with white. And actually, we have queen d5 on the board, so now I'm expecting king b8 or king a7. This one would be a mistake. You can't give me check on d3 because of queen b5, but you have this, and that would be the rare case of a draw because you check me forever. But king a7 happened, so yeah, it will be a long game, but I think white will prevail in the end because there is a 50 moves rule, but 50 moves it's a lot, and in 50 moves there is a high probability that black will go astray or white will find a winning plan. Okay, let's return to the game.
Let me
Okay.
give you let me give you an update on Joachim Niemetz,
Mhm.
because he did manage to again confuse his opponent, and actually he's managing with his king march on the a file because he has persuaded white to play a3, which was a mistake. And
Why king b4 did not happen? I don't know.
sorry,
Why king b4 was not played?
I don't know. I think it's just that the players are already tired,
Yeah.
and you just make some moves that you cannot later explain. King
Yeah, but
b4 looks absolutely logical. You just don't want to let the king go to a5, and after rook e4 you have your bishop c4 check. So it's unclear what white didn't like, but I think bishop c2 is, or is it a problem already? I thought I can still. Ah, no, I cannot keep already the bishop on the diagonal because there is again rook e4 and king b4, which is why white has played a3.
well, there are many mistakes, but I think after king b5, black will win this game finally. Did it happen?
You said that
Oh,
already.
king b5. Oh, that's a fighter. That's a fighter.
Let's yet
Okay.
show what happens after king d4.
Yeah.
King d4, if you would now go rook h4, then there is bishop e4, but maybe you can include rook h5 first. Isn't it easier?
No, I mean it's a Zugzwang, no? I just go rook g4. What do you do?
Ah, yeah, that's.
Maybe it will happen because after king b5, yeah, king d4 is on the board, and it may happen because rook h4 is on the board, and now we will
Right,
see the
because
end
rook
of the
h5
game.
was. Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. So yeah, this is the round of the kings. The king went all around the chessboard, and white didn't manage to hold it on a6. So he got to a5 and then on b5, and then the position is winning again for black.
Well, white is gonna be very upset after this game. This was.
Yeah.
This is a painful loss. But yeah, that's chess.
Yeah, that's true.
We've all been there.
Yeah, okay. Check the Queen's in game again for the last time.
Queen's Endgame, I don't think much has happened.
Yeah,
There were.
they play my variation. They play my variation. Okay. Oh my. Well, it's a similar idea, but yeah, not a good realization. Now black is not going to h3, which is not good. She should play king h3 instead of king h5, but anyway. Yeah, that's it. Jumping around. I don't know. White should win this position, but it will take a long time. So back to Joachim. Yeah, rook a4.
I'm sorry. I would like to just show a nice finish to
Okay,
the last girl's name game.
okay,
It was
okay.
just a very nice finish, and white has found it before I managed to put it on board. But I mean, before I managed to send to, but it was a very nice finish, I think.
Okay. Thank you.
Black was anyway already lost. but she did some last attempt, and that means that all of the girls have finished their games, and we have our last 3 games where 2 of them look decisive, and we will probably look at the queen endgame for a while.
Yeah, you're right. That's a nice finish. Already in a winning position, but that's a nice mating idea. Rook h8. Yeah.
Yeah. Black was hoping that after rook takes f7, knight takes e5, he will make a draw, but yeah, I didn't give him the chance.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Yeah. Okay, okay. So the Joachim's game again. Rook a8, bishop g6, king d4, bishop f7. And yeah, uh, yeah, Joachim fought bravely and it paid off because now the position is, I think, completely winning. I think we will stay like for the move number 100, and that would be a nice finish. But Joachim will win this position. He is a strong player, and now I think it's much easier than the previous wins. This one is just easy. You just push the pawn and win the game because White can't oppose. He is an exchange down, and he can't hold this defense because I go to b8 check in the future.
Yes, and Black can also have some ideas if uh, White would go bishop c4 and there was no rook b8. You can also just go rook takes a3, winning like that, getting to a winning pawn endgame.
Yeah, c4 is coming. You can even play c4 immediately because when you
That's
take, I
true.
go rook b8. Yeah,
That's true.
but Joachim
Yeah.
played rook b8 first, which is also quite okay. So yeah, our big guys won. Tereza, so Vašík won, Joachim won, Risha Stalmach
Richard
won.
Stalmach won.
We have like more than 100 players as Czech Chess Federation in this tournament. So yeah. I hope that somebody will make a good tournament, surprise everybody, and make a medal. Like for example, Tess Huyova in rapid section, because it was a bronze medal and nobody expected that. She was 27th seeded and got a bronze medal. So I'm looking forward to some surprise, some kind of surprise like that. It would be a nice story. But of course, I'm also cheering for our big guys, and one of them is finally winning his game. Yeah, rook a2. Now this is easy. Yeah, I think White will resign, and you are right. It will be a painful loss for him. Yeah, but finally a win for Czech fans. Okay, Teresa, I enjoyed our commentary very much. We will wait till the result of this game, but I should mention that we had a wonderful game on the first board of girls under 16. It was a great fight. Um, so yeah, that's one memorable games from today. Jan Klimkovsky won a very nice game we analyzed today. What do you remember from today, Teresa?
Yeah, I was gonna mention the Jan Klimkovsky, the first board, second board maybe under 18. This game I really liked, and
Yeah,
yeah,
we also saw the game finishing in 8 moves, right?
that's
On the
that
board
is
number
true.
one.
That is true. Do not forget about this tactics of sacrificing on f7 with the idea of knight g5 check, knight e6 trapping a queen.
Yeah.
That that's gonna
Okay,
stay.
I think Joachim will win this one. It's pretty easy already. He played king c3, and rook b2, which is correct. Tomorrow there is the second round from 3 p.m. and you will see a new commentator. It's Sergei Movsesian, a very well-known chess player, and also Tereza. She's with me today, and she will be here tomorrow. But if I'm not mistaken, Tereza, you will move to the top hotel, so you will be on site.
That is true. I will be commentating from the place of action, so maybe
Yeah.
find some people who will be willing to maybe show us a game or talk about the tournament, how it's going from organizational point of view. And in any case, we are definitely gonna see many interesting games, many twists, and many time scrambles.
Yeah, that's true. And you will see more than 1,200 young people there with many parents and coaches. So, yeah, it's a wonderful festival of chess. And yeah, I would like to thank organizers for creating such a massive tournament. It's great. Now we have move 100, and the game is finishing. Joachim will mate his opponent very soon. The pawn on c4 can't be stopped, and this one is easy. I believe Joachim that he will win the game. So it's a wrap up for today. I thank you very much for watching our commentary. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for all the comments and for a very nice chess afternoon. Enjoy the evening, and I will see you again during the commentary of the fourth round. It will be the 25th, I think. So tomorrow with Sergey and Tereza. Have a nice evening. Bye.